Good morning. Is it my turn?
Okay, we are live on YouTube.
Great. Good morning and welcome to the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing of January 11th, 2022. We'll start the morning by taking attendance. Mark, will you do the roll call?
Chair Carroll.
Here.
Vice Chair Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin. Was here. She leaves.
She left. She was here.
Okay, she's here. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Here.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Here.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Battery 100%. Connected to Michael Devonshire.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Here.
Okay, good morning. And again, this is the January 11th 2022 public hearing of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. This hearing is being held via Zoom and live streamed on our YouTube channel. If you would like to watch the proceedings, you may do so by going to our YouTube channel. If you would like to testify on any of the hearing items, you may join the meeting at the estimated time, which can be for that item, which can be found on our agenda, which can be found on our website. And with that, I will turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala, to take us through the hearing agenda today.
Thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. We'll start today's Preservation Department public hearing agenda with hearing item number 1. That's LPC 22-04819, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 184, Lot 7502, 403 Pacific Street in the Boerum Hill Historic District. This is a modified Italianate-style row house designed by John Doherty and Michael Murray and built in 1850 to 1855. And the application is to construct a rear yard addition and alter the rear facade.
Okay, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. You now have control of the presentation. Just click on your screen, and then you can advance the slides using your arrow keys. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and you may begin. Sarah, we need you to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Great. Let me get back to the right screen. All right. For the record, my name is Sarah Jacoby, Chair Carroll, and Honorable Commissioners. It is my pleasure to present our proposal for the basement level rear yard addition and rear facade restoration at 403 Pacific Street in Boerum Hill, Brooklyn. I'll make every effort to be brief as our intervention is quite modest, about 270 square feet of additional area at the rear, just a 1-story rear addition, and restoring the rear brick facade. But of course, can answer any questions as necessary afterwards. Just to locate ourselves, it's 403 Pacific Street in Boerum Hill in Brooklyn. We're parallel to Atlantic, which is a very busy street, and between Bonds and Nevins. It was in the area, our building, I believe, was in the area designated in 1973. You can see it here and here. Let me go forward. The front facade remains much as it did in 1940, and we are proposing no work to the front facade or any work that is visible from a public thoroughfare. Sorry, there's a lot of foliage, so you maybe never see what we would do. Again, we're in the zone that was designated in 1973, since there was an additional designation in 2018 of more of Boerum Hill, which I believe most of you were involved with. Just a quick view of what we're planning to do and discuss today is the 1-story rear addition and then brick at the rear facade. And we'll look at more photos of this, but just to understand what the existing condition is that there's EFIS on the upper 3 stories. There's brick from a previous renovation that was approved at the staff level a few years back. And we are between 2 additions. So there's a 3-story addition at 405, which is to the east, and then a 2-story addition at 401, which is to the west, which this is a different row. So they were actually never in plane with our row. Our row begins with 403, for whatever that's worth. And just again, here we are in between. This is the 2-story addition. This is the 3-story addition. This is our rear facade, and suppose beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but our goal is to improve the rear facade. I think we're not in love with the ephes, so we're trying to make every effort to bring it as close to the original as we can imagine, which is to return to brick. Again, here we are, the additions on either side, the ephes, and all the beautiful things on the rear facade. Again, our 2 additions that we're going in between, and we'll see this more in the plan, but our addition again will be 1-story. It will align at the bottom with this one and come out a few feet, 7 feet beyond the one at 401. So you can see that here, our 1-story will align with the 3-story, and we will come beyond the one at 401. Just some views of the donut, which is distracted by the foliage and the light and the skyline beyond. But as you can see, it is a fairly, well, you can sort of see, it's fairly diverse. This quadrant is not landmark designated, forever what that's worth. Again, you can see in plan, we'll have the 1-story addition and then an accessible deck from the first floor. And this is the sort of 2 adjacent buildings that we are sliding in between. Then to the rear facade, this is the existing condition with the ephes, the brick, already a pretty large opening down here and the 3 windows. We're proposing coming out further, adding a deck at this level, the more doors here, and changing the openings at the first floor, but maintaining this column of opening. And of course, going to brick and hoping to remove the ephes. Another view of that rear facade where we're hoping to go from the ephes to the brick. A view of the section. Here's our addition, the deck coming down, the neighbor beyond. A couple more views just showing what we're going to be seeing on either side in terms of the neighbors. So we attempted to remove the ephes to get a sense of what was below and the condition of the brick, which the contractor Mason thought was too far degraded at this point to restore it. So what we are hoping to do, subject to your approval, is on the upper 2 stories is add a new width of brick, which I will go into more detail on, with again the idea that it wouldn't be possible. And our hope is to use old reclaimed brick so that it'll be as similar as possible to what we imagine it was in olden times. These I can just talk about quickly, just in terms of the planar condition. Because of the additions, there's almost nothing in plane anymore between the buildings. The only area there was nominally is where at this upper level above the parapet, but because there's ephes, it wasn't in plane. And furthermore, there's a gutter there, so it's masked. So we will, in that one area, increase the out of plane by a couple inches, which you can see on the next slide. But again, it won't be seen in our, we think we're improving the building, but of course that's subject to opinion. These are the window details, but I wanted to sort of go into more detail on the brick. So at the bottom 2 floors, the basement, sorry, there's not another elevation here. The basement and first floor, everything is new. The basement is the glass. We'll have metal on either side. It's just a few inches to match it. And then it'll be a new wall on the first floor, which will use the same brick, but we will be taking out the existing rear at the first floor. However, at the second and third floor, our hope is to, so this is our guess of what's beyond the ephes, that there are lintels and sills just based on the way the ephes is coating it, and obviously historical precedent, but our hope is to scrape off that ephes, to chip away the lintel and sill, add a new wythe using brick ties, and then do new cast concrete lintels and sills and reset the windows to sort of recreate what we are hoping or imagining was there. And maybe we'd see beyond the ephes in some damaged condition. And those are just those existing windows. And I think that is it.
Okay, thank you very much. And we do have some questions. Commissioner Bland, please go ahead. Oh, you're muted. Let's let me get you on. Just accept the.
Yeah. Right. So sorry. I think your photograph showed it clearly enough for me, but I'd love to hear that you are telling us that the ephes is ephes, in fact, not stucco or thoroseal or anything like that. It's ephes, right?
Yeah. Yes, it's ephes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that the concern is just we can't scrape it or chip it because it's, you know, such a goopy, messy situation.
Yeah. Understood. That's fine. Thank you.
I think you can see the thickness of it right there.
Yep.
Okay, and then as you mentioned, it doesn't align to the building on the right, which was part of a different row, and it only aligns with the building on the left, but that is barely visible because of the extension on the building to the left. Right. Okay. All right. Commissioner Devonshire?
Yeah, there in that central probe shot, there's a dark cementitious material. Was that applied? Can you tell if that was applied in order to make the ephes substrate smooth, or is that an earlier cementitious coating?
No idea. What do you think?
Well, regardless of when it was applied, it looks like it's a Portland cement material, which would be killing that brick masonry facade. Okay, thanks.
Okay, other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions at this time, so we'll move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to testify in this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And we'll start with anyone who signed up in advance and then get to others. And I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Okay, thank you. So I do have one sign up, Historic District Council. Michelle, you should be receiving a request from me. All right, Michelle, I see that you are in the meeting. All you have to do is unmute your mic and state your name for the record, please. You have 3 minutes to speak. Okay, I see.
Hi, my name is Michelle Arblou. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. Overall, HDC appreciates the modesty and restraint of this additional bulk. However, HDC is concerned the proportion of glass to masonry at the garden level is a bit unbalanced, and we believe that larger brick piers at the property line would go a long way toward finding a more appropriate balance. Additionally, and more significantly, we find that the alignment of the single masonry opening on the east side of the parlor floor facade to be awkward and unnecessary. The applicant should be asked to maintain the existing masonry opening and alter the fenestration within the masonry opening to accommodate the interior program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me just take a glance over at the attendees. And I do not see any more hands raised, so I'll pass it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just note for the record that we have received a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommending approval of the application. And we received a letter from the Borum Hill Association recommending the rear elevation masonry be closer to its historic appearance in order to salvage the original, albeit damaged brick underneath the ephes. So I'm going to actually ask you to, if you'd like to respond to any of the comments, both either the written letters or the comments we heard. But I do want to just note for the commissioners that the windows that HDC testified about at the parlor floor are window openings that meet our rules and are eligible for a staff level permit. Okay, so would you like to address the comments either I mean, you're welcome to talk about the windows, but I know those do meet the rules. And then the Borum Hill Association's recommendation to think about a different material, I guess, for the upper floors.
Yeah, I mean, I think we appreciate the recommendation. Our concern is that the brick is too damaged, and that it'll be, we'd like to create the look, and again, use reclaimed brick. But yeah, our concern is not that that's not what we want, just that it's not possible. That's it.
Okay. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, I am starting to send you a request to unmute so we can move to close the hearing and begin our discussion. So Commissioner Beland, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. So there are two components here. The one is the construction of the one-story rear yard addition, which will align with the adjacent three, in terms of its depth, will align with the adjacent three-story addition. And then the treatment for the facade replacement of the ephes on the upper floors. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Devonshire, would you start this one?
Sure. This is kind of tricky because if that cementitious coating is Portland, and it sure looks like it is, it means that any moisture that's coming from inside the building has been getting trapped in that original brick masonry, which from the photograph appears to be a high lime mortar, which means that the mortar will probably have disintegrated a great deal. So that's troublesome from a number of perspectives. One, if you're anchoring new brick into that old brick, it's going to be really problematic because you may have to repoint or even reconstruct that underlying brick masonry. In any case, I'm okay with the addition. I would recommend and almost require that there be probes done into that original brick so that you can determine the condition of that, because that's going to tell you whether or not you're able to add a new withe of brick to it. In any case, it definitely looks like it's in very bad condition, and so I'm sort of okay with what you're applying for, but I think you need to do a little bit more investigation before you proceed. Does that help?
I think so. So, so it would be approval of the approach should the probes show that the brick is stable enough, or with some repointing stable enough to accept it.
That sounds
Is that what you're
appropriate.
thinking?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Okay, great. Commissioner Chen?
I'm in a very noisy background, so I'll keep it brief. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Devonshire.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bland?
Well, I would agree. I think Commissioner Devonshire sort of nailed it. I was going to say closely monitor with staff, but maybe it's a little bit more than that. But certainly the removal of the ephes and or the cementitious material that's there needs to be kind of carefully monitored, let's say, by the staff. Regarding the addition, I have no trouble with it at all. I wouldn't redesign it. It's completely unseen by the public. Will only ever be seen by the occupants of the garden. So I think it's just fine the way it's been proposed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
I'm in agreement with what my fellow commissioners have said. Michael Devonshire certainly knows and is the expert on these materials for these facades and how they should be treated, cared for, and investigated.
Commissioner Jefferson?
I agree with the comments of my fellow commissioners.
Okay. Commissioner Gustafson?
Me too.
Commissioner Shimiran?
I do as well, but I do have a question for Michael Devonshire. Michael, is it, if it's okay, would it be possible to add the new, that is the a new layer of brick directly onto the existing ephes? In other words, to retain it without removing all of that stuff?
You could, but then you've got even more of a complex anchoring issue, because you still have to go back to that original brick to anchor into it. You know, that's a Don Friedman structural issue, but it complicates the system. And again, if you haven't investigated the condition of that early brick, you could be attaching the new brick through the ephes to nothing, to a very unstable membrane. So I think they don't have much choice at this point. But yes, the quick answer is yes. If you knew that the original brick was in good condition, you could conceivably go right over the ephes. But it complicates the attachment system a little bit.
Yeah, and I would think would also continue to cause a moisture problem, trapping moisture problem with the multiple layers at that point.
Thank you.
Okay.
That cementitious coating is stopping any moisture from exiting through the facade of the building. It's trapping it in that original brick wide.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
I agree completely with what Commissioner Devonshire has proposed.
Commissioner Chapin?
Yes, I was able to follow, hadn't been able to get in. We were signing in, but I agree with my fellow commissioners, certainly with Commissioner Devonshire on the concerns and how to address them.
And Commissioner Goldblum.
I agree. Two minor points. First of all, the window on the second floor, it would just be my request from the perspective of maintaining historic material. If it's just inches away from what was an original opening, that original opening be kept if it's possible. It's not I certainly would vote for it otherwise. And I think that given the conversation about the possible deterioration of the wall behind it, I think it would be appropriate for us to signal that if necessary, the replacement of the wall in whole cloth would be appropriate as well, using, if possible, like the applicant said, recovered materials, even from this facade. But it sounds like that's an option that may be needed, and that instead of having to have them come back, that would be something that we could build in.
Okay, and we can, I will note that reconstruction of a rear facade is a matter of restoration, can be done at staff level anyway.
Okay.
Okay, all right, great. So I think we will make a motion to approve it contingent upon the applicant doing a probes of the original brick beneath to determine the underlying condition to ensure that it is stable enough to receive the new width of brick. Commissioner Devonshire, would you make the motion?
Sure. Sorry.
It's okay.
In the matter of LPC 22-04819, 403 Pacific Street in the Borum Hill Historic District, an application to construct a rear yard addition and alter the rear facade. I recommend approval of the application with some modifications, finding that the proposed work will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. The work will not eliminate any significant architectural features at the rear of the building, that the one-story height of the rear yard addition is modest in scale and will not substantially increase the volume of the building, that the addition will not project into the rear yard further than the existing rear yard extensions within this block, and therefore will not diminish the central green space, that the design and materiality of the rear addition, featuring paired doors and windows and stucco cladding, is in keeping with the character of rear facades within the block, that the removal of the existing ephes cladding from the rear facade will eliminate an unsympathetic alteration that detracts from the building, that the reintroduction of a new layer of masonry on the altered rear facade to remain will approximate the historic condition, that the resulting change in plane will be inconspicuous and not call attention to itself due to the large rear addition that conceals most of the rear facade of the adjacent building, and the fact that the building plane only matches one adjacent building, and the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or historic district. However, I recommend that the approval be contingent upon the physical examination of several probes of the existing facade when the ephes is removed to determine whether another layer of masonry will cause or cover up unforeseen damage that should be addressed. And if so, the proper maintenance treatment be implemented before adding the additional layer of masonry.
Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen. Did he leave?
He's
Aye.
here.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 11 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
So that's approved. Please continue to work closely with the staff as you do the probes and identify any maintenance or repair work that needs to be undertaken.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item now.
The next item is public hearing item number 2, LPC 22-04314, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 2089, lot 6, 204 Washington Park in the Fort Greene Historic District. This is an Italianate style row house built circa 1870, and the application is to remove a bay window and alter the rear extension and rear facade.
Okay, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. They now have control of the screen. Just click on the presentation. You can advance the slides using your arrow keys. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to meet with you today. My name is Alexandra Barker, Barker Architecture Office, and I'm presenting the renovation at 204 Washington Park. This building is one of a row of 6 grand Italianate row houses built in circa 1870. The building is a brick and brownstone cellar plus 5-story structure. It's been vacant for 7 years and left in decay before it was purchased by my client. So the house is in very deteriorated shape overall, with excessive water damage that will require the replacement of all the finishes within the house. The 2 areas of work I'm going to be presenting today for review. The first is at the basement and first floor at an existing rear extension. We are proposing to renovate the facade to create enlarged openings on the basement and first floor. This scope comprises the proposed removal of an existing deteriorating bay window that also includes a piece of stained glass. The second area of work is located at the second floor, where we propose to renovate the rear facade of the original building to create an enlarged opening. I will be presenting materials for each scope separately, beginning with the renovation of the existing extension. This is a photo of the rear facade showing the first area of work. The red box indicates the portion of the facade that is to be removed and rebuilt. The blue box indicates the existing location of the bay window. And again, this is on an existing rear extension. We researched the history of the building extension using Sanborn maps. The earliest Sanborn map we were able to locate is for 1886. You can see that no extension is shown. In 1887, the extension and the bay window are present. By 1904, the extension has been modified with an additional extension added onto it. So as far as we can understand, the extension and its bay window are not original and have been modified over time. Here's a view of the rear facades of 204 Washington Park and its neighbors. The group that was constructed at the same time as our building is visible to the left. You can see that the rear facades vary widely across the houses that are visible from this point. Number 205 does not have an extension, while number 206 has a small 1-story extension as well as a 2-story bay window. Number 207 has a 1-story extension, and 208 and 209 have 2-story extensions with a deeper, narrower portion. On the right side, 203 has a deck but no extension, while 202 and 201 have two-story extensions with very different shapes and sizes. Our conclusion is that there is no apparent consistency to these rear facades. Looking closer at the bay window and focusing on the right side, you can see evidence of deterioration and missing wood pieces from the cladding. A tarp that has since been ripped away was likely installed to mitigate water infiltration based on damage visible in the interior. Looking closer at the left side, you can also see mold and deterioration as well as delaminated wood on the underside of the bay. Here you can see close-up interior and exterior views of the stained glass window. We could not get close enough to it to determine its condition. If it is able to be removed intact, it will be preserved. We asked our structural and mechanical engineer to do an inspection of the bay and write up a summary of his findings in a letter. In his description of the existing condition of the facade of the extension, he makes note of multiple cracks as well as rotten window frames. He goes on to say that the framing of the bay is rotten and is leaking water. He summarizes that the structure and interior finishes of the bay are beyond repair and would need to be entirely replaced if the bay were to remain as part of the proposed design. Here's a rendering showing the proposed rear facade at the basement and first floors. The red box indicates the portion of the facade that will be replaced. We are showing the new glazing with subdivisions to break down the scale of this enlarged opening. The existing stucco finish on the brick wall of the extension will also be replaced. We will also be removing the structure visible on the extension that is supporting the existing deck. Here's a drawing of the existing proposed scope of work at the basement and first floors. You can see that the existing windows of the extension do not have any sort of alignment or formal organization that relates to the rest of the structure. Here's a photo of the existing rear facade with a red box indicating area of work 2, the enlargement of openings at the second floor. Here's a view of the existing second floor openings taken from the roof of the extension. This is a rendering of the proposed scope of work focusing on the second floor enlargement. The red box indicates the area of the facade that will be replaced. Here again, we decided to subdivide the glazing to break down the scale of the enlarged opening. The surrounding existing brick will be repaired and repointed as necessary. Framing on the roof of the extension will be reinforced to support new pavers on the roof of the extension. Here's a drawing showing the existing and proposed rear elevations along with the neighboring facades for reference. This photo shows the view from DeKalb Avenue toward the rear facades. You can see that there is a garage that blocks the view of the rear yards of the buildings deeper into the block. So there's no visibility of this extension from any public thoroughfare. The first floor plan shows the location. Here are the existing proposed plans to show the reconfiguration of the interior. The kitchen is to remain at the basement level. To make a stronger connection with the dining room, which is located on the first floor, we are relocating the connecting stair toward the back and pulling the first floor away from the rear facade. You can see the first floor plan shows the location of the dining room at the center of the house. The second floor shows our proposal to open the rear facade to bring more light to the sitting room at the back and to connect it to the terrace on the roof of the extension. Here's the existing section. And in the proposed shows the change in their stair and the change in the parlor floor. You can see we also raised the first floor at the back to bring more light and ceiling height to the kitchen. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions at this time, so we'll move to public testimony and we may have questions after that. So I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony. And if you're in the meeting and would like to speak, please raise your virtual hand so that she can identify you.
Thank you. So the first I'll call on is Rosaria Cincy. Rosaria should be receiving requests from me to rejoin from Citizens for Responsible Okay, Rosaria, I just need for you to unmute your mic, please. And you can go ahead and just state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Rosaria Sinisi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the president of Citizens for Responsible Neighborhood Planning of Clinton Hill and Fort Greene, which is concerned with historic preservation in both of those districts. We urge the commission to disapprove this application as it proposes to remove a large rear bay window, which meets all the qualifications for being a quote unquote significant feature of the rear facade as set forth by LPC standards in Chapter 6 of its guidelines for applicants renovating rear facades, whether visible from the public thoroughfare or not. This section notes, quote, if a facade element or structure is considered significant, e.g. stained glass windows or decorative cornice/window surrounds, the element must be preserved. Historic district designation is a commitment to preserve historic architecture, and historic elements do not lose significance through disrepair. But this application, in essence, argues for a license to demolish by neglect. While the applicant presents an engineer's letter stating that the bay window is deteriorated, there is no question that it existed by at least 1887. The district was designated in 1978, and the window has thus been an ornament to the rear of this building for at least the past 134 years. Its destruction in the name of renovation is not justified by applicants' desire to install a glass wall in this facade. Thus, Citizens for Responsible Neighborhood Planning of Clinton Hill and Fort Greene recommends that the Landmarks Preservation Commission disapprove this application and that the applicant propose a new rear facade design respecting, restoring, and incorporating this historic and beautiful bay window. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, I'll be calling on Ann Bush from Society for Clinton Hill. And you should be receiving a request from me to rejoin the meeting as a panelist. Just need for you. Okay, I see you've accepted it, Anne. All right, Anne, all I need for you to do is just state your name for the record, please. You have 3 minutes to speak. Okay, Anne, you just need to, I'm asking you to unmute. Okay, I see you're all set.
Hello?
We can hear you. Hi,
You can hear
Anne.
me?
Yes, we can. Just state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, everybody. Ann Bush, and I'm the president for the Society for Clinton Hill. And as you may know, we were very instrumental in designating Clinton Hill as a historic district back in 1981. And it was around the same time as Fort Greene Historic District came into place. At this time, the Society for Clinton Hill would ask the commissioners and the LPC board not to approve this request to remove the bay window. When the designation was made, that bay window was part of the building, regardless of whether it was originally built as the structure. The reason why people move to get properties designated as historic is that going forward, they cannot make alterations and renovations as they wish. We understand that there's significant deterioration to the building, but as was stated by the engineer also, that if it could not be restored, it certainly could be rebuilt. And that's really what we're asking at this time. And I just want to make a general comment in terms of restoration of buildings and things. It tends to be a loophole here that if the elements help to deteriorate the condition of the building, then normally LPC goes ahead and approves whatever deterioration has happened to allow it to come off or be replaced. And we're saying that perhaps there needs to be a system in place not to overburden the LPC, because there are many historic districts, but there needs to be something in place that buildings do not sit idle. And I know you can't go around and inspect every building every year, but certainly there needs to be some accountability that it just can't be left to deterioration by the elements allows whatever new renovation to happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next, I'll be Lynn Funk from Victorian Society of New York. You'll be receiving a request from me, Lynn. Okay, Lynn, I see that you are now rejoining as a panelist, Lynn. I just ask that you please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. Okay, Lynn, let's see. Yep, I see you're turning your camera on. Okay, perfect.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Lynn Funk, architect for the Victorian Society, New York. Founded in New York City in 1966, the Victorian Society is dedicated to fostering appreciation and preservation of our 19th century and early 20th century heritage. The New York chapter promotes preservation of historic districts, individual landmarks, interiors, and civic art. This proposal is based on the destruction of historic facade containing a distinctive projecting bay window. The paneled wood bay with its stained and leaded glass window over 100 years old is a high quality and early addition to this building. It appears to be in excellent condition, the window itself with its aesthetic painted panel better than many. The oriel window is a significant architectural feature and its removal would be an inappropriate alternative. Components that are too deteriorated for epoxy or Dutchman restoration can be replaced with new wood. Such restoration and replacement is typical of wood features on historic buildings, and deteriorated condition is not cause for wholesale removal. The glass grid shown for the lower floors seems in denial that it's part of a historic house at all. The applicant should explore a design that not only retains the oriel window, but also has a meaningful architectural relationship to the remaining historic brick upper floors and their typical fenestration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, Michelle Arbolu from Historic District Council. Michelle, you should be receiving a request from me. Okay, Michelle, I just asked that you please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. Okay, Michelle, I see that you're in the meeting.
Hi, Michelle Arbolu for the Historic Districts Council. This proposal is inappropriate and unnecessary. While the existing two-story extension and its oriel window may not be original to the building, we believe that they are designed and considered addition and that they maintain the major elements of the composition should be required. Given the visibility of this alteration from the public right-of-way, it is unacceptable to replace a handsome facade with something that looks more appropriate for a suburban office park. The masonry portion of the addition should be rebuilt using modern masonry techniques on a code-compliant foundation. The bulk of the new structure should be brick, and the oriel and its well-considered wood details should be carefully surveyed and recreated. Reinterpretation of the masonry windows in this facade and the size of the oriel itself might be appropriate, but the wholesale replacement of this handsome facade with a poorly detailed stucco box clearly violates the spirit of the donut, the block, and indeed this particularly exquisite historic district. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let me take a glance back over. And I do not see any more hands raised. So there's no one else that wishes to testify. I'll pass it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
I'll just note for the record that in addition to letters received by those who spoke today, we received a letter in opposition from the Fort Greene Association and from an individual. And we also received a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommending approval of the application if provided that the applicant include a bay window with stained glass in the design of the rear yard addition. Okay, I'd like to turn to before I turn to the applicant, I do want to address two things. There was a section of our rules and guidelines that were cited, and I just want to be clear that those rules have been adopted to allow for staff level approval. So if you meet the criteria, you can get a staff level approval. So anything that comes to the public hearing by definition doesn't meet the rules. So in the rule where it says that the addition, the bay window or special window must be preserved, that means in order to get a staff level approval, the commission makes a determination of appropriateness on a case-by-case basis of anything that doesn't meet the rules. And two, I just want to also respond to the comment about the condition of buildings. The commission does, or the landmarks law requires that owners keep buildings in good repair, and we do monitor buildings around the city throughout all of our historic districts. And obviously, we're not looking at every feature on non-visible rear facades, but we're looking at the general health of buildings on a continual basis. So I do want to assure you of that. Luckily, the vast majority of the buildings are well maintained. So with that, I'd like to turn to the applicant and ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard about the existing features as well as the design of the new addition and windows.
I just wanted to clarify, and I think you already just did, but just that one of the commenters was saying that this was visible from a public thoroughfare, which it isn't, but I think you all know that. The other comment about the condition of the rear extension, the existing is stucco. If it was decided that the stucco should be removed and it should be brick instead, we could do that. That's not a problem at all.
Okay, commissioners, any final questions? Okay, I'm starting to send you a request to unmute so that we can close the hearing. Commissioner Luffy, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
While it may not be visible from the street, which I can appreciate, and thank you for clarifying, could you please go back to the photo that shows the side view from the street? So one thing I wanted to ask you, because we've really only seen this kind of shot of the rear yard, and that is, it seems like the top 3 floors of the buildings that we can see are relatively consistent in terms of their fenestration. Is that a condition that you're aware of is the case throughout that entire row?
I would say that it's the top 2 floors are more consistent. There are plenty of extensions, like you can see one right in this view, and then on the far side of our house where the extensions extend up and include a portion of the 2nd floor. Mm-hmm. So I would say it's the top 2 floors that are the consistent ones.
And you're saying there's a big mix of
there's a big mix of extensions, and they cover various amounts of rear facades. Some of them don't cover the entire width, some are only 1 story, some are up to the 2nd floor, some are angled like a bay window, some are sort of faceted in the back in different ways. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other final questions? Okay, so let's go ahead and begin our discussion. Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Holford Smith, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And so we're looking at the proposal for the removal of the existing extension in bay and window, and then the construction of the new addition in terms of its design and materials and the window at the 2nd floor. Commissioner Bland, would you like to start this one?
I'll be happy to. So these 2 parts, I have separate thoughts about each, but they converge into one thought. First of all, often I have been sometimes in a minority of allowing or voting to allow a highly deteriorated rear yard window such as this to be removed. But somehow this one strikes me as completely different. yes, it's deteriorated, but it's not, and it would need to be rebuilt. But I think it's a beautiful window. It's been there for, as was pointed out in the testimony, well over 100 years. And just an aside, I don't think we ever necessarily go back to original. The layering of history is as important as original condition often. And I think that's what we're seeing here. So I'm very loath to allowing the removal, except to recreate it. I think it should be recreated because it does seem to be completely deteriorated. So that's that. Secondly, separate from that, but as I said, my thoughts converge. The extraordinary generic quality of what's being proposed is so inappropriate, it seems to me, to the rear of this handsome, if deteriorated, house. It was consistently brought up in testimony as well. So both of these issues converge and make me think that this is inappropriate, should be restudied. The window should be retained or rebuilt, and a new approach to this rear yard be thought through. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
I'm also feeling kind of mixed about this as well. This street in general is a very, very important street in the Fort Greene Historic District. And my sense is that the community owners have done a very good job of preserving and retaining the historic character on both sides, the front and the rear. We're talking about the rear of this facade. I agree with Fred that there is something kind of special about this window and about the bay, and I'm feeling not great about the fact that it's going to be removed and disappear. And so if there is a way to preserve it, recreate it, I think that would be a wonderful addition to a wonderful piece to retain in this property. I also feel that there is a consistency for the most part, from what I can see, and certainly on either side of this building, and from the first, this must be somewhere in the middle of the block, the first 4 or 5 4 buildings we saw from that street view, where the 3rd, 4th, and top floors have the same style windows. And I would like to recommend that those windows be retained. And then finally, at the base, I also agree that there should be a different material used on the facade. Brick would make more sense.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
This is such a beautiful bay window, exquisitely detailed, almost arts and craft type detailing. That'd be a pity to get rid of it. So I agree with the other commissioners. I also agree that the 3rd floor should have the traditional windows instead of the 4 windows together, because it in relationship to its neighbors, the 3rd floor seems consistent from what I could see. And I would want to add that perhaps these drawings of the donut should show completely the donut, so we could see for ourselves to make a decision whether the 3rd floor, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor is consistent or not. I couldn't tell from the photographs.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson?
I have to say, I'm a bit annoyed at Commissioner Bland. I was gearing myself up to completely disagree with him, and then he undermined my expectations. So it turns out I agree with him on both points completely.
Great. Commissioner Shamir Baron?
I think I see this a little bit differently. While it's true, the bay itself is a pretty thing, and the stained glass seems lovely too. I actually think that it's sort of a bit of a stretch to ask for it to be, to require for it to be retained or rebuilt. I mean, I can't quite put together the argument for it. It is outside of the public view. It is on an extension that, if as Commissioner Bland was saying, the new proposal seems generic or sort of, I don't know, heartless or something, the old one extension, from even though it was 100 years ago, seems completely without a kind of a composition or attention to its how it lives on the exterior yard. It was almost as though the bay was truly made for the interior, which makes a lot of sense, actually. But I cannot come up with a real argument to retain it in place. Now, to encourage the owner to somehow find a home for it or keep it, parts of it on site somewhere, as we've requested before, I think would be a nice thing to do. But I do not think that it is inappropriate to replace it entirely with, they're not asking here for an additional addition or extension in terms of square feet out into the yard. And we have approved so many, not that that's precedent, but it's certainly an example of these larger, fenestrated openings. So, and while I would like for it to be in brick, here it is in stucco, so in its existing condition. So it's hard for me to imagine that it's appropriate to require them to work on it and to have the new extension or material be brick, even though I might want that. The issue of the third floor is one that's a little bit, and in this case, I kind of agree with the direction of the question that Jeannie Lefty asked, which is, what is the condition of the third floor down the block? And I would have wanted to see an actual drawn elevation or a plan that showed us exactly. But from what I can see in some of the photographs, there really is more of a consistent kind of third floor, 3-window situation. And I might, I think in this case, require that they retain those 3 openings and not extend the full glass door system. But even that I think is a stretch. But I think that in that case, to just conform to the rest of the block, I would say retain those 3 windows.
And I know a number of you have mentioned that, and I will just note that regardless of the context, the rules would allow the staff to approve combining 2 openings on that floor. So the rules already allow some modifications to window openings.
Yeah, and that does not, I mean, and I think that if that is the case, then what they're proposing is also acceptable to me, not ideal.
Okay. Commissioner Holford Smith?
Yes, I think I'm with Fred on this one. I think that the bay is a special feature that should be retained. And I know it looks fairly deteriorated, but sometimes that is just a surface deterioration of the paint. And there could be some, quite a lot of it that could be restored, that have to be looked at more closely, obviously. So I think that they should retain the bay, and I think that they should retain, ideally they would retain the three individual window openings on is out to the second floor. But if staff level approves a combination of 2, I could approve that, but I think what they're showing now is just sort of an obliteration of the whole back wall on that floor. So.
Okay. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, in a little bit, I guess, well, we're all in somewhat different positions, but anyway. Look at slide 5, which shows, there's another existing bay in the row, but it's 2 stories and it's brick. And I kind of wonder, is this really the original bay? I mean, it may be, I guess, on this stucco here. So I don't, and it's not configured like the other bay in the row, if that's indicative of maybe what was there on the 3 buildings at some point. So I feel like I really don't see requiring the applicant to restore this bay. I think that it is a beautiful window, I agree, and I would really like to see the window preserved. And it could readily maybe be incorporated. It is, a more permanent feature than storing it indoors or something. But I don't have a problem with replacing the bay and saving the window. I actually note that it looks like on 206 that there are stained glass windows, different ones. So I think that at some point in time, obviously there was, these bays were created with some bay window, with some elements, decorative elements, which were not necessarily exactly the same, which is another reason I kind of don't see preserving this individual in this case. As far as the 3rd floor, it looks to, well, first of all, 206 goes over the 3rd floor, and I think 202, it looks like the parapet is rising high enough to kind of obscure that 3rd floor. So, and we generally, you pointed out the staff could approve this, but also that we don't normally try to preserve that many floors in a row. And it's not visible from any public way. So I basically could approve this as presented with preservation of the window, the stained glass window. So that's
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Goldblum.
I'm going to have to beg off on this one. I was not here for enough of it.
Okay, great. Commissioner Devonshire.
Well, before Fred started, I thought, here's one where I'm going to be the only negative voice in this thing. But I'm somewhat gratified that I'm not. With regard to the addition itself, I can't imagine a more industrial looking addition with no contextual connection to the building on which it's being appended. And as far as the bay is concerned, the structural engineer's report did not say anything about the window bay being restorable. It did not say it was in horrible condition. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a very important part of the characteristics of this building. And so I would vote against demolishing it and for restoring it in whatever new configuration the applicant wishes to install it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Fred and the other commissioners regarding the window. As for the 3rd floor, I will leave it to the majority to decide the 3rd floor windows. Thanks.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so I think while we have some support for a couple of people's support generally, what the approach here, given that we have approved the removal of non-visible bays when they're not incorporated in a sort of comprehensive designed manner into the rear or or as in this case is an added layer over time. But I think the majority of commissioners would like to see the bay restored and or recreated if needed and incorporated into an addition, which would involve rethinking the design of the addition as well. Commissioner Bland, did you want to add an additional
If you don't
comment?
mind, I just wanted to clarify my position since others were quoting it and I didn't say this. It's only the bay window that I think needs to be preserved, not the whole bottom 2 levels. I think the rest of it should go away and be reinterpreted in a more contemporary way, which is apparently what the applicant would like to do. And I don't want to thwart that at all, but I just think that that element of the bay can and should be incorporated in a new, perhaps.
The new design.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll take no action today. And you've heard the comments. Please continue to work with the staff and they will help guide you through the discussion that we've had today so that you can come back to us when you're ready and we'll look at a revised design. Okay, thank you. And
Thank
we'll
you.
We'll move to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 3, LPC 21-02429, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens, block 1292, lot 6, 3702 82nd Street in the Jackson Heights Historic District. This is a neo-Tudor style commercial building designed by Morrell Smith and built in 1928 to 29. And the application is to install a barrier-free access ramp.
Hey, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. You just need to click on your screen and then you will have control of the presentation. You can advance the slides using your arrow keys. There you go. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record and you may begin.
Hi, thank you, Abby. Good morning. My name is Tamika Litzel. I'm presenting on behalf of Capital One Bank for the bank branch located at 3702 82nd Street. The proposed project is located at the corner of 37th Avenue and 82nd Street. The ask is to install an ADA ramp at the entrance located at the corner of the property. The building has a unique shape, and because of this unique shape, it does trigger the design of the ramp to not be a typical straight ramp. Sorry, I'm trying to advance to the next slide. There we go. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So the building does have this unique shape. So a traditional ADA ramp is just not possible with the existing building's unique shape. The proposed ramp will allow patrons who require ADA accessibility to safely access the bank during business hours, as well as access the ATMs after hours. This particular entrance has access to the 24-hour ATM vestibule. The proposed railing has minimal impact to the building's facade. We picked something that was more open. This way we don't hide the existing facade of the building. And also the color of the railing is to match the existing door system. There's no additional renovations that are required to the building's facade, as well as the existing door in order for this ramp to be installed. I'm just going to advance to the next page. This gives you that plan view so you can kind of take a look of the design of the ramp. It does follow the natural design of the building, wrapping around here and also providing and meeting all the requirements for this particular ramp for ADA requirements. There are some street vendors, and our design professionals have triple checked, triple confirmed to ensure that there is ample space for the vendors as well as the patrons, while also providing a safe, accessible entrance for those individuals that may require so. These are some additional views. This is an elevation view of the ramp and the railing. This right here is that ATM, 24-hour ATM vestibule that I was talking about. And over here, it's just kind of giving you an idea of, the space that you will still have for the patrons of the vendors, as well as patrons that need to use the ramp for ADA accessibility. This is the engineering drawing that just gives you more detail of the ramp design itself. Cross sections as well. That is the end of the presentation, Abby. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have some questions. Commissioner Chapin, please go ahead. Commissioner Chapin, just accept the
Hi,
request.
thank you. Obviously, very familiar with this area. I went there last night to take another look at this site. Could you go into detail as to whether you looked at any other alternatives for access and exactly the change in grade issues that are here? Because, when you see people walking into the entrance, which does not have a step currently, it does not look like it's inaccessible, but I understand that there are requirements for ADA and perhaps it's not meeting certain of them, but you didn't detail any of those. Could you just explain why this is really necessary and whether you looked at any alternatives regarding the interior and so forth? I understand the other entrance, which is accessible, which is just down the block. You can see it on the slide here. Does not give access to ATMs, and that obviously is an issue for people at night. Could you just anyway explain, more about why this is necessary at this entrance?
Of course, I do have my design professional. He can speak more to the code related as far as the grade, but I will say that yes, they did research ulterior methods as far as maybe they can redesign the entrance itself, but there is a vault that is beneath this vestibule. So there's no way for them to redesign because of that existing vault. So that's why the ramp is the only solution. So this entrance can be ADA accessible. But as far as the specific grading, I have Kyle from Stonefield Engineering on the line. I'm not sure, Abby, can you give him access maybe, or Sarah, if you can?
We can give him access, but Kyle, it would be helpful to understand how many inches the step is, and then how much ramp you need. Does it need to wrap the corner to get the right grade rise? I mean, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, appreciate the question. Appreciate the opportunity to present before the commission today. Tamika, if you would be able to go to the sheet that includes our plan. So if you'd be able to zoom in on the section right there. So it's a good question as to why this is required. If you zoom in on the section, you can actually see that. Oh, we can't zoom in. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have the ability to zoom in.
Okay, so what that section shows is that it's actually a 7% slope right at the entrance there, which, it's a good point. You might not notice it when you're on site, but that's actually, 3 times the requirement of 2.08%. So, in order to provide accessibility there, we do have to provide a landing, and we can't just reconstruct that area because the slope is so steep. We wouldn't be able to provide compliant slopes within the right-of-way sidewalk. So, that 7% slope is really driving the need for the ramp here.
Okay, and then you need the length of the ramp to be around the corner to get the 1 in 12 rise.
So yeah, it's another question. So the reason the ramp wraps around the corner is, first of all, we're providing a landing at the entrance. And then what we need to do is obviously ramp down. As we ramp down at the bottom of the ramp, we need a ramp landing as well. To provide a ramp landing, again, we're talking about some very, very steep slopes right at the building there. If we provided a ramp landing along parallel to the face of the entrance there, we would not be able to provide slopes within the right of way that meet the DOT recommendation of 5%. We would exceed that 5%, again, because the slopes are steep right at the face of the building. But as we go sort of west along along 37th Street there, as we go west there, we actually catch grade, and where we tie in, there's not the same issue to provide that ramp bottom landing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson, please go ahead.
So this is this is a very special corner because of the cutoff, the diagonal. And in terms of the elevation, if you go to the elevation drawing, that one, you see how the ramp is just a fragment of the facade. And if you extended that piece that on the left-hand side to align with the wall, there it becomes more of a composition. It says something about that angle, that corner, that facade. And I'm wondering if that makes any sense to you, because it's right now it's just an element put on this facade and does nothing for that corner.
Okay, so are you referring to extending this so it starts at the corner, this way it occupies
at the angle, it terminates at the angle.
Yes, so that you have.
So from this
symmetrical.
elevation, at this elevation, it looks composed rather than uncomposed. It looks symmetrical. That's
Okay.
just a comment. It's just a comment.
Okay, understood.
Commissioner Goldblum?
All right, on the same vein, correct me if I'm wrong, but the grade goes up as you move to the right in this image, right? As you go up that street?
Yeah, it's correct. As you go up 37th Street, west along 37th
Right.
Street.
So when I looked at your grades, it looked like the grade you're shooting for is around 60.5. And it looks like you have that grade a little bit up the street there. Could you? And you're also, also correct me if I'm wrong, a stair, which also acts as a landing, does not require a railing. Is that right? Because that's why you have a gap at the front.
So the gap in the front is to provide a stairway. So we consider that a stair, which does require handrails.
Right, railings to kind of guide you up, but not to fall off. Right.
That's
so
correct.
what I'm asking you is this: could you push the ramp completely onto the 37th Street side, and even make it level, so that it has a guardrail on the side, but that the entire front that faces the chamfer, could that just be a stair that also acts as a landing, that can have railings going front to back, but that wouldn't have railings that go side to side? Would that work?
Are you referring to here, like a railing starting here down and having nothing on the front here, nothing on the front here, and then a side piece here?
Let's see if this works. Take these out. Make this a stair the whole way across. Push the ramp further down this way so that it was basically a straight run with a railing on. So because I'm reacting to what Commissioner Jefferson is reacting to, which is you're messing up the way that the corner is perceived. And what I'm asking is, if you push the ramp off to the right, could the front be a stair that has railings going front to back, but no guardrail that's kind of blocking the view of this important corner?
So if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying to have the elevated landing at the doorway, essentially the way it is, the ramp would be, more or less where it is today as well, but you're primarily removing the guide rails along the top of that elevated landing. And it's something that we find to be a tripping hazard. So if you think about it, someone is, either leaving the bank, walking around the corner, looking at their phone, what have you, and they don't see the ramp, and they could easily trip on it without handrails there. So we just see that as a tripping hazard to remove the guide rails, both for patrons walking in and out of the bank and for patrons kind of rounding that corner. And we believe that the handrails would provide just a little bit of safety to offset that.
Right, if the stair landing extends wider than the entrance opening, that's not what a person walking in or out, or even in using assistance to get in and out, expects, I guess. So there is a potential for an accident.
No doubt.
Especially with sort of how crowded this corner is with the couple of things going on. Obviously, the vendor, just a busy area in general. I think from a general safety perspective, having those guide rails just adds a lot when you do have a tripping hazard there.
So just to follow up on that thought, though, because it's only a landing and not the portion of the ramp, and it's also quite low, it's not that many inches tall, do you have flexibility on I know you already have tried to lighten up the railing, but could it maybe be lightened up more in that section? Maybe, does it have to have the vertical in the middle? Does it have to have two horizontals?
So there are requirements in the ADA code that require specific sort of spans between each of the vertical posts, require the horizontal posts there on the bottom. So there are requirements that we're aiming to meet. So, we've shown what I believe is the minimum requirements as far as a handrail goes on that elevated landing that you're looking at in this elevation here. So as far as, we really can't strip this down much more from a railing perspective.
Okay, Commissioner Lutfi.
So I have one more question. So it sounds like you're saying, number one, on the right, also we can't shorten the length. So that's question, I'd love for you to confirm that. But then on the left, when you're entering, is it really necessary for that, for the railing to turn the corner at a 90-degree angle? Couldn't it just be straight? Because it's not really serving any it doesn't seem to be serving a purpose from an accessibility standpoint. That's happening on the other side. It just seems to be visually getting in the way.
Okay, so with regard to your first question, maybe Tamika, can you just pan back to that engineered exhibit?
Yes.
It is required to be this length. It kind of comes down to the existing conditions here on the site. Earlier spoke to the fact that there's a 7% grade at the entranceway to make that compliant at 2% and provide a ramp landing. We do need to extend the ramp. And like we talked about before, we're able to take advantage of the grade coming towards us as we go west along 37th Avenue. So that's the reason the ramp kind of goes towards there.
I think the question was about the railing, though. The railing turning, does it have to turn in front of the platform?
Yes, yes. This second question regarding the railing kind of coming around the corner there. We do provide the railing at the bottom of the stair. You can see that detail right there. 12 inches is what the railing extends past the stair. That's part of the ADA code. As far as turning the corner there, we could potentially look at not turning it under 90 degrees and just coming down the stair as if it was just one stair and not turning. We'd have to look at that. There are requirements as to the total span width that you can have at any entranceway. So we can look at that and determine, we may need to add an additional handrail in the middle if that's the case. But again, I think it's 6 feet between two railing openings. I'd have to confirm that, but so if we were to do what the commissioner is sort of asking about, we would have to potentially add a railing in the middle between that span.
I just want to make sure that we're completely on the same page. So you're talking about the railing on the right?
Talking about the railing on the left.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, this is a very busy corner. And I'm thinking that actually, going along with I think in line with some of the other discussion, that sort of 90-degree angle sticking out is actually very problematic. And that maybe a sort of an angled railing coming from the corners, so that as you walk around the corner, you follow a line rather than hitting that sort of stick. If there's a way, and that the two sides, as Commissioner Jefferson was saying, look more evenly balanced. That looking at a way to even angle the railing as you come around that corner would be safer for pedestrians in general. If there's a way to do something like that, and look at the issue of whether you have to have a landing. I understand that you've got to figure out that you've got to adjust the grade somehow. I'd even thought of whether there was some way to, deal with that partially inside, but I guess not, because of the dimensions and everything. And I certainly can't engineer this for the architect. But I think they should look at seeing if there's a way to put these railings, to have these railings work better with the front entrance of the building. And also with the issue that corner is a very busy corner that people come around, including the fact you've got the vendors on both sides, which, congest things a bit. So I think some options might be helpful.
Okay, so I think why don't we move to some public testimony and then come back and then we can have our discussion.
Thank you.
So if you're in the meeting and would like to testify in this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Okay, thank you. So I do not have any signups for this item, so I'm just going to take a glance over at the attendees, and I also do not see any hands raised, so we do not have any public testimony for this item.
Okay, great. And I'll note for the record that Queens Community Board 3 sent a resolution recommending approval of the application. Okay, I'd like to turn to the applicants. Is there any final comment you'd like to make before we begin our discussion?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, let's start to unmute so that we can close the hearing and begin the discussion. Commissioner Shamir Barron, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Gustafson, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And I think that it's important that all of our landmarks, particularly ones where the public are coming in and out, can be made accessible. And unfortunately, there is a step here. Applicants have explained that they were not able to adjust the grade on the interior and just drop it lower because there is a vault in that location. So I think the only way to do it is to do a ramp. This is a very low ramp, and because of that, I think there is some flexibility on the railings, although there are still some codes to meet and safety practicality issues. So, one option would be that we could discuss the ramp, and if people are comfortable with the presence of the ramp, that they continue to work with the staff to minimize the railings to the extent possible. So I'll put that out there. Commissioner Chapin, would you like to start this one?
It's unfortunate, but necessary because of the need to provide the accessibility at this location and the interior issues and the whatever with regard to the grade issues. I find, as Commissioner Jefferson commented, that I find the fact that this is not a balanced approach to this particular building, which is has a very unusual and very nice configuration, actually. I'd almost like to see a ramp on both sides, which I would not normally ever want to do, but and it might be safer, actually, because people do walk around that corner, and as you walk around that corner, whatever's there is going to be somewhat of an issue. And there's a lot of people on the street in this area, and there's the two vendors that are shown, which further congest people driving them toward that entrance. So the one that's on the east side could really be somewhat of a problem, because right now it's for pedestrians that are not, pedestrians can walk around that edge now, and they will not be able to in the future. So I'd like to see some alternatives trying to address having it be a more balanced look in the front, and perhaps something that might be, that the east side of the ramp was dealt with in a somewhat different way, so as to, or rather, it's not the east side railings, railings or ramp were dealt with on that side differently to make it more look better at the front of the building. Okay, that's my comment, I guess.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum.
I share Diana's comments and have nothing to add.
Commissioner Devonshire.
I agree with Michael and Diana.
Commissioner Bland.
I suppose so. I didn't honestly think it was so bad as is until all these highly detailed understandings of the space and of the building, which I don't have, started to be voiced. So I'm not against those. I don't know the area well enough to know that, but I was prepared to say this looked all right in the beginning. So I'm sort of on the line, but I'm not against these ideas that have been given by people more knowledgeable than I am about this specific space.
Okay. Commissioner Lutfi.
Yeah, I agree with Diana and others that there's clearly a need and requirements that have to be met, but I think the applicant could do just a little more work on this to make sure that the ramp works more effectively with the architecture of the building and the busy streetscape around it, which Diana has noted several times.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
I agree with Diana.
Commissioner Gustafson.
I agree with Diana as well.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
I do as well.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
I do too.
Okay, so let me ask you this, would you all be comfortable if we turn this over to the staff to work on the composition of the ramp to better relate to the composition of the building and this symmetrical condition at the splayed corner? You nod your heads. That'd be okay.
As long as staff is in an aggressive mood.
I mean, it means making this a larger ramp, but by extending it to the width, extending the width on the other side. And but we will still think about the relationship of railing to the ramp in terms of lightness, but also in terms of relating to the architecture. Okay, I'll do a motion for this and see if we can turn it over to the staff on this one. Okay, in the manner of docket number 21-02-429, 3702 82nd Street in the Jackson Heights Historic District, a neo-Tudor style commercial building designed by Morrell Smith and built in 1928 to 29. This is an application to install a barrier-free access ramp, and I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Jackson Heights Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed ramp will provide barrier-free access without eliminating any significant architectural features, that the ramp will feature untinted concrete and be simply designed black finished metal railings, which will harmonize with the building's ground floor and are typical of materials found at 20th century commercial buildings. and that a proposed ramp and railings would not detract from the significant architectural features of the building or the streetscape if it related to the composition of the building. And therefore, I recommend that the applicant continue to work with the staff to restudy the ramp and its relationship to the architecture of the building, and focusing on the symmetrical composition of the entrance at this corner of the building. So Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen, I think he left,
Yeah, he's gone.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, so that's approved. Please continue to work with the staff on those required modifications, and we'll move to the next item.
Thank you all for your time.
The next item is public hearing item number 4, LPC 22-04305, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 233, lot 30, 5 Crosby Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. This is a neo-Grec style warehouse designed by Detlef Lanau, built in 1864 to 65. And the application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of painted wall signs.
Okay, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Just click on your screen and you will have control of the presentation. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Good morning, commissioners and landmark staff. This is Jackie Pudu-Vallon, historic preservation consultant on the project. Thank you for hearing this application this morning. As Corey said, this is 5 Crosby Street, which stands on the west side of on the west side of Crosby, between Grand and Howard in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. And as he also noted, this is a proposal for a painted wall sign master plan. I'm hoping my slide advances. I just hit the button. I might be asking you for help, Abby.
That's okay. Did you click on your screen first? There you go. You should have it now. Perfect.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you. Okay. So here are the existing conditions. So as usual, I messed something up. So our location in the district map, here's the existing condition of this exposed north lot line wall. And this is a photo montage of what the proposed sign would look like. Existing conditions again, just 2 different views. Looking at historic context, on the left, you see the earliest photo I could find of 5 Crosby. Perhaps they didn't take a 1940s tax photo of it because of the other elevation on Howard. But here you get a glimpse of that lot line wall. You can also see the building that was subsequently demolished next to it. In the center is an 1857 Sanborn map, which highlights in blue the plan of the building. And here's the subject facade on Crosby. And at right is the designation photo. Just for some historic neighborhood context, you're looking at buildings that had, in the early 20th century, large painted wall signs nearby within the neighborhood. And I'd also like to note that no other painted wall signs would be visible in conjunction with this sign. No LPC permits have been issued for painted wall signs on these other visible lot line walls, which are nearby at the corner of Grand Street. And they are the only nearby lot line walls that could be seen in conjunction with 5 Crosby. Here's the view looking south on Grand Street from about mid-block between Broome and Grand. As you can see, there's no other painted wall signs within this view corridor. The proposed master plan criteria is consistent with LPC approvals from recent years. A 3-inch border, no regulation on content, a term of 10 years, and a sign that takes up less than 20% of the visible portion of the lot line wall. The total sign area would be 18.8% of the visible lot line wall. The square feet of the visible lot line wall is 3,353, and the square feet of the proposed sign is 630 square feet. And the setback would be 3 feet from the front facade. Here's the architectural drawings, just giving us the zoning information on this sheet. The roof plan, which highlights the location of the painted wall sign, which would be over here. And the elevation drawing, which notes that the size of the sign itself will be 20 feet by 30.6 feet. And here are a couple photo montages showing what the sign will look like from close up and from Grand Street. And 2 more photo montages with the same views. And that's it. I thank you and I welcome your comments.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, I don't see any questions, so we'll see if we have any public testimony. I'm going to turn it over to Sasha Seeley to let us know if we have anyone who wishes to speak. If you're in the meeting and do wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand so she can identify you.
Hey, thank you. I do not have any signups for this item, and I also do not see any hands raised. So I think that concludes the testimonies for this item.
Great, thank you. And I'll note for the record that we received a resolution from Manhattan Community Board 2 recommending approval of the application, provided that the sign be positioned a few feet farther from the front facade. Okay, Jackie, do you want to address the proximity to the front facade?
Yeah, I think given really the very oblique nature of this view, I mean, it's only about a building width, as you can see in the photo on the left. It's only about a building width in which you can really see the full sign. And then as you walk farther up Grand Street, it gets a lot more difficult to see the entire sign. So if it was moved back another 2 feet, I think that would, make a big impact on visibility of the sign itself. And obviously the ownership would prefer, as much visibility as they can. And I think given the scale of this facade, I think it can still take a larger sign placed closer to the front. Thank you.
Thank you. And how far is it set back? Is it
3 feet?
Okay.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, there's also a proposed vendor tag, which would be 2 feet by 3 feet underneath the sign.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if there are no other comments or questions, let's move to closing the hearing and having our discussion. So commissioners, I'm starting to send you a request to unmute, so look for those. And Commissioner Gustafson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. This is for a master plan for painted wall signs that meet all of the criteria that we have been applying to applications in recent years, and including in terms of its setback from the front facade. I think we did a study and the 3-foot setback is very typical. Of course, historically, they were really never set back, but we have required 3 feet in most instances. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Lutfi, would you start this one?
Sure. As you said, and as the applicant presented, it seems as though this master plan is consistent with others that we've approved. So I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I think it's appropriate.
Commissioner Gustafson?
Yep, meets the criteria. I think the setback is plenty far enough. It's appropriate.
Commissioner Shamir Barron?
Yes, I do think it's appropriate as it meets the criteria, but I have to say, and I realize that we don't typically apply precedent and it's case by case, but the wall sign that we recently approved that I actually opposed on the Sullivan Building on Bleecker Street has got me kind of confused, a little bit frazzled on this, because I just feel that, the name of the architect is mentioned here and in our, we discussed describe the name of the architect, and yet there's like, what am I trying to say? I just feel as though in making the decision to approve the signage on the Sullivan building, how could I disapprove it here? You know, I just,
Yeah.
you know,
I'm not actually sure we did approve it. I think we didn't. We took no action or we didn't approve it.
Oh, I thought we did approve.
We did approve it with
We
a
did?
modification to
Oh,
adjust
okay.
this location.
Got it. Okay.
And it's a tough thing because we don't, you know, again, it's case by case. And
It's
yet
case by case, yeah.
no,
I think, you know, for many commissioners on that one, the building as an individual landmark
right.
was kind
And
of the
that
difference.
threshold was trampled. So I just feel as though it's very hard to, you know, and so, yes, all the criteria are met here. And so absolutely appropriate. But
Okay.
in the context of the previous decision, I don't know what inappropriate might be.
Okay. So, okay, I think on that one, it was split. So it doesn't mean that your decision has to be any, you know, doesn't have to rely on it if you didn't support it on the other building. You know, it's still, I think, something that you would think about. But one way of thinking about appropriateness is the very existence of it. And another way to think about it is what it is that is being applied to the building in terms of its size and the criteria, the color, the border, the nature of it. So that's another way to think about appropriateness. But I think in this case, you're comfortable with it. Okay, Commissioner Holford Smith.
I think this is appropriate. Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Chapin
Appropriate.
and Commissioner Goldblum.
Agreed, it's appropriate.
Okay, so I think we have enough to support this. So Commissioner Lutfi, would you make the motion?
Sure. In the matter of docket LPC 22-04-305, 5 Crosby Street, the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension, a new Grec style warehouse building designed by Detlef Lanau and built in 1864-65. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of painted wall signs. I know that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. I recommend approval, finding that painted wall signs are a traditional method of advertising that was historically found in the historic district, typically on plain secondary facades with exposed common brick masonry. That the painted application of the signage will be in keeping with the traditional application methods and commercial character of painted wall signs historically found on buildings within this historic district. That the sign will be located at an undeveloped secondary elevation and will be pulled back from the primary facade by 3 feet and therefore will not detract from any significant architectural features of the building. That the proposed master plan will permit a painted non-illuminated wall sign that covers less than 20% of the visible wall surface, a coverage percentage that is consistent with prior commission approvals. That the combination of the placement and size of the sign will help it remain a subordinate presence at the building and within the streetscape, regardless of the type of graphics or number of colors used within the body of the sign. That the sign will include a solid painted border, a typical feature of historic wall signs. That the vendor tag will have a set location and size, and that the proposed master plan will be valid for a period of 10 years, and the applicant will document every sign approved under the master plan, so there will be a record for the commission that the commission can consider when reviewing the effectiveness of the master plan criteria.
And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
No second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, sorry, we have to call the
Yeah,
vote.
gotta wait
Sorry
there.
about that, Mark.
Yep. Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay. So
Thank you all.
Thank you. That's approved, and we'll move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 5, LPC 22-04850, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 593, Lot 51, 165 Waverly Place in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a vernacular style dispensary building built in 1831 and altered in 1854, and the application is to install a barrier-free access lift and reconstruct and modify the stoop.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. I have just given you control of the presentation. You just need to click on your screen, and then you can advance the slides using your arrow keys. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Scott Hinson from Hinson Architecture. Happy New Year, and it's great to see all of you again. I believe Karen Pearl is going to speak first, and I'd like to pass it over to her for just a minute. Karen?
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I'm right here. I don't know, the visual's not changing, but maybe it will in a moment. I just wanted to also say Happy New Year and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am the president and CEO of God's Love We Deliver, hopefully the new tenant at 165 Waverly Place. And I just wanted to give you a sense of what this would mean for us at God's Love We Deliver. For those of you who don't know us, although probably most of you do, we have been operating since 1985, providing medically tailored meals to people who are so sick that they can't shop or cook for themselves. We have a headquarters on Spring and 6th Avenue, where we intend to continue all of our production. This space is an opportunity for us to meet the demand that we have been facing, particularly during COVID, of having to have hired so many other people to talk to our clients and to make sure that they get on program, and then we're able to do nutrition education and counseling, which is what we do with every single one of our clients. And it will give us the space we need to ensure that we stay true to the mission that we have always had, which is to never turn anyone away who is sick and hungry and who needs the specialized meals and the individually tailored meals that only we provide. So we are very excited. I'm going to turn it over to our architects about the opportunity. We are very excited about the opportunity to move into, to expand into this building, and really do hope that you can support the application. So Scott, back to you.
Great, thank you, Karen. Okay, so I am here to present an exterior ADA compliance stair and vertical platform lift to the Northern Dispensary located at 165 Waverly Place. Let's see if I can move this. It's very sensitive, okay. All right, so this is the Northern Dispensary here. It's located between Waverly Place, and Christopher Street. It is within the Greenwich Village Historic District. And here is the zoning map, and this is where it's located right here. Okay, so it's a unique triangular building. I think a lot of you already know what this building is. It's pretty much ingrained in our consciousness here in New York City, but it's a unique triangular building on an island lot in the Greenwich Village Historic District. Originally built in 1831 as a health clinic for the poor at the northern edge of the city at the time. The two-story with basement neo-Georgian design building grew to be in such demand that they added a third story in 1854. These are a few images. This is an engraving from 1855, photographs from 1885, 1928, and 1934. Here's the 1940s photo, and then the 1980s photo. I just want to point out on this photograph right here, this is on the northern side, I believe here. Or I'm sorry, it's on the east facade. So back in 1885, there was a side stair that was parallel to the facade of the building. We're going to be concentrating on this entrance here, which is on the west facade. So here are some current photographs of the building. Again, this is the west facade. We're going to be focusing in on this entrance right here. This is the east facade, which had originally had a stair that was parallel to the facade. It is now a window and part of the fire escape. As you can also see, there's a metal wrought iron fence that goes around the perimeter of the building, completely around. Okay, so these are some close-up shots of the west facade in the area that we're going to be working on. We're going to be focusing on this area right here and then on the other side as well. You can see some of the wrought iron details on the fence and the railing on the stairs. You can also see there's a pink coating on the stucco, the brownstone stucco that is on the stoop currently. Okay, these are some more detail photos of that front entrance. One thing to note here, currently the stoop as it comes up the stairs, there's another step here. Once you get to the top of the stoop, and then another slight step here into the building. One of my favorite details on this is this boot scraper, which we will include in the new design. Some more details of the cast iron or wrought iron fence, the front door, some details. Okay, so here we are with the existing and the proposed plan. So here's the entrance that we're talking about here. Currently is perpendicular to the facade. We are proposing to rotate those stairs so that you enter this way and up the stoop and have the ADA accessible lift right here on the side. One thing to note is we will add a gate here to that entrance as well as a gate to the entrance for the lift. So here we are zoomed in. One thing I want to note as we go through this, the color green here is indicating the railings that we intend to salvage and reuse. And then the areas in purple are the railings that we intend to replicate to match the existing. So just a note right here. So this is the stairs going up. This is the stoop. And then we're going right into the building here. One thing to note is that the stoop for ADA access needs to be level with the floor of the building, the first floor, which added length basically to our steps. So that's one of the reasons why we needed to turn it as well, is we needed that length to get up to the top of the step. This is where the lift is located. This is where you enter. It's your radius into the lift, go up. It's your radius at the front door. These two doors would open together at the same time for access. So here we are looking at the elevations. So this is the existing current elevations right here. This is a set of steps that goes down into the basement. We're not touching that. So here's our new stoop. Here's the gate going into that stoop, going up the steps. And here's the gate for the ADA lift. Right now in this drawing, we're showing it in its down position. And let me zoom in, there we go. Again, with the green and the purple, salvaged and then match, these would be remade to match the existing. This is a section through that, through the stoop. Again, here's the lift in its down position. And then here's a close-up of the existing condition and then the proposed. Existing elevations, looking at the existing stoop, and then the proposed, looking at from the side going up. This is the lift gate in the background. Just as we get further into this, I'll explain a little bit more about the details of this, but the The lift itself is black and will match the black of the wrought iron, and it does have a glazed panel in the lift. And then this is looking from the other side. This is the existing, and here is the lift in its down position. It goes up, that gate opens, and then you go into the building. And then a section through the stoop again, existing and proposed. This is another existing section through the stoop, the existing stoop, and then the proposed stoop. These are just some details of the wrought iron fence that we will be replicating. This is the lift that we chose. One thing to note about this is that this lift does not require a tower, or it does not require to be attached to the building. It only requires to be attached to the slab that we're accessing. So there's no pit that is required either. We chose this because it's the most inconspicuous, particularly in its down position. This is what it looks like when it's extended, what it would look like at the stoop level. Color of the lift, black to match the wrought iron. And then the new stoop itself would be cast stone to match the brownstone of the base of the building. And then here's an elevation of that new stoop and a close-up. One thing I do want to note, which I might have missed in my earlier presentation, is get to a plan real quick. Sorry, there we go. We made the decision to pull the new stoop off of the building and not attach it to the building. And that is in order to not disturb the historic materials of the building. So we brought it out to the edge of the fence line. We did look at pushing it further in there and bringing the fence across, but it gets really, really busy with so much of the wrought iron going across, as well as then the stair handrail going up. So we made the decision to pull it off of the building and then ultimately give you this. So I think that's all I have for my presentation. I do have Mark Delaney from my office here to answer any detailed questions that we might have. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And we do have some questions. Commissioner Devonshire, please go ahead.
Scott, I seem to recall there is a pre-existing loading platform on the other side of the building. Did you explore that possibility as a handicap entry?
We look, well, I should say first of all that we looked at the current entrance to the building is the main entrance to the building as it exists now. The other stoop or the other set of stairs that I believe you're talking about is on the other side, and that goes down into the basement.
There, one of the window openings, if I recall correctly, one of the window openings there had been converted to a wagon platform.
Okay, you may be talking about this right here.
No. Yeah, I wish I could remember better.
Well, let me just double check with Mark. Mark, is there a loading dock of sorts over here that I'm missing?
Not that I can recall, but
what's that larger opening on the north facade? North facade,
right.
This right here
from the left. What? Yeah.
Currently just a window. There is the entrance to the basement is, I believe it's this one here. Could be this one.
I think you're right.
It's this one here.
Okay.
We did. I didn't look necessarily at that facade in close detail, but I do know that both the depth of the areaway on the north and on the east facade is not as deep as that on the west. And we need that depth in order to have a proper width for the stair landing in order to have ADA compliance.
Yeah, this areaway right here is.
Yeah, to fit a proper side stair, I believe you'd have to come out even further onto the sidewalk and go outside the fence area.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions right now, so we'll move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like, oh, we have one more question. Commissioner Shamir Baran, please go ahead.
I'm sorry to come late. I couldn't find my button here. Is there enough dimension? I'm trying to see what that is, 6'5.5", to have a switchback, to have a double, an actual ramp, but switching back within the dimension of the moat?
So I think you're talking about this dimension here between the building and the fence.
Yes.
So that is, yes.
5.5.
Yeah, 6 foot, I can't see right now, but
5.5.
6'5.5". No, we did not consider any kind of ramp or switchback here. I would say that, you know, the height on that is, get to that. Mark, do you have the height of that handy right there?
Yeah, so the total distance we'd have to get back up to the first floor is 59 inches. And then, as you all know, at a 1:12 ratio, that would be 59 feet of ramp. I think technically, yes, you would be able to have a design switchback in that area, but I don't think you'd have enough length with landings included for the switchback to have that the amount of distance to get the vertical change you need. It's only about from the edge of the current the main entrance as it is now to the building, to the north corner of the building. It's only roughly 16 feet. So even doing a one switchback back, you're only getting, 32, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more distance of travel. So you'd have to turn the corner of the building, and I don't think you'd have enough room. It's only about a 4 foot deep areaway on the north end. So there's really no way to fit a full ramp in this area.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other questions? All right, let's move to testimony. We can certainly continue to ask questions after testimony. So if you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And as always, we'll start with anyone who signed up in advance, and I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Thank you. So Anna Markham from Village Preservation, you should be receiving a request from me. All right, Anna, I see that you are in the meeting. I just need for you to please unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Anna Markham, and I am the Director of Research and Preservation for Village Preservation. I'm speaking on behalf of the organization today. Village Preservation is in full support of this application. We are thrilled to see such an appropriate reuse plan and renovation for the Northern Dispensary building at 165 Waverly Place. It will be an asset to the community to have this unique historic structure occupied once again. Village Preservation believes that the proposed alterations to bring the building up to ADA accessibility standards are appropriate and minimally intrusive. We commend the applicant for their thoughtfulness regarding the historic building and surrounding Greenwich Village Historic District. Village Preservation urges the Commission to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, John Graham from Victorian Society of New York should be receiving a request from me. Okay, John, I do see that you are in the meeting. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The VSNY supports the proposed alterations to the Northern Dispensary And we thank the applicants for the many historic photos and drawings they provided. We also appreciate the careful notes and drawings explaining the proposed salvage and reuse of the important existing early 19th century ironwork, and for their intent to replicate this 19th century material where a new infill is needed. The removal of the existing minimally designed masonry stoop will not destroy a significant amount of historic material, while the design and materials of the proposed stoop are in keeping with the modest, straightforward design of this vernacular style building. The proposed side stoop on the west facade has historic precedent on this building in the turnstile seen in the 1885 image of the east facade, figure 5. Finally, we find the location, black finished, and modest size of the proposed lift will not draw undue attention to the necessary addition to the building streetscape. Finally, triangular buildings bounded by 2 streets with identical names are very rare, but we urge staff to work more closely with applicants to make their presentations clear. Large labels saying Waverly Place East and Waverly Place West would have helped. Thank you, commissioners.
Right, thank you. I'm taking a look over and I do not see any more hands raised, and that is our sign up. So pass it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. And we did receive a resolution from Manhattan Community Board 2 recommending approval of the application. All right, commissioners, do we at this point have any final questions? All right, and I'm just going to ask the applicants if they have any final comments they'd like to make before we begin our discussion. Okay. All right, so I am starting to send requests to unmute you so that we can begin our discussion. So please accept those requests. All right, and Commissioner Holford-Smith, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion on this interesting building. And of course, as we've discussed, barrier-free access is important for our landmarks and an important aspect of adaptive reuse. This building is interesting in that it has a deed restriction that limits the use here. So the applicants have looked at the conditions, they've chosen the deepest area way in which to accommodate the barrier-free access lift and modification to the stoop to accommodate that. So let's just start our discussion. Commissioner Goldblum, would you lead this one?
Sure. This is such an important building, such a real treasure. I think it has to be looked at very, very carefully. I do think that this is an appropriate proposal. I think that they've handled it carefully and thoughtfully and sensitively. I think that the extent of reuse of historic material is significant. The lift is a very interesting lift. This is the second interesting lift that we've seen in a few months, and it's good to keep these on file, guys. Hand them out to other applicants. The absence of a tower is really, really nice. I think it is a tad controversial to create this stair as a design element in a facade, on a historic facade where it never existed. But I personally, for one, think it is appropriate as presented. And I would just say that any project that reminds New Yorkers of how its streets used to be filled with horse manure and required scraping of boots before entering the building, not for snow, is a good thing.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Devonshire.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see this building getting reused. For anyone who's been around long enough, they will recall that it was the refusal to serve a person with AIDS by the dental office that occupied the ground floor that essentially caused this building to become abandoned. And I think it's wonderfully ironic that it is an organization that serves those with AIDS to come back into this building. I think the Gottlieb organization is to be commended for working diligently to deal with that deed restriction that goes back to the 1840s, I believe, and giving this building new life. And I think the approach that Scott Henson's firm has taken here is very sensitive. They did explore the other options, and I think they've come up with a wonderful plan. And I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bland.
Well, don't need me to say it too, but I will. Anyway, how many small buildings in New York sit on their own block? This is perhaps unique in terms of that aspect, but also just such an iconic building with the sad recent history as it's been just described. I think it's a wonderful presentation and a wonderful solution to a thorny problem. I mean, to switch the direction of the stoop and present this side of the stoop might seem radical, but I don't think there's any other choice. And since it was chosen as the only acceptable choice, I think it's been detailed in a way that it seems very familiar to me. I'm thinking of the place on 11th Street that many of us used to go to, maybe, where so many of the city's agents, nonprofits used to be. Maybe they still are. A beautiful stoop there too. So all in all, the reuse and replication of the ironwork is exemplary. This model, as it's been suggested, elevator, seems to work brilliantly. And I think this was a tough problem solved very beautifully.
Thank you. Commissioner Lutfi.
I have to say, very well said, Fred and everyone else. And I agree, it's a beautiful, simple, modestly designed project, and it's very appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
This is a very special site, a very special building within the site. And if you go back to page 9, this elevation, it's a gentle symmetry on this thing. And the beautiful fence runs horizontally across. It's elegant and simple. And the new proposed one adds this diagonal movement, which to me distracts from the elemental basic beauty of the existing. So I find it, I love the existing. I think it's just simple, elegant. We don't see things like that anymore. We do see stairs popping out and subordinate railings becoming dominant. And so I cannot support this.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Well, first, let me say, whenever we approach these types of solutions for accessibility, I very much appreciate the questions my fellow commissioners ask about the possible alternatives. I think that in this case, this is an elegant solution. I think it will, to those who have not spent a lot of time studying the building, it is so well done that it will largely go unnoticed, at least to the untrained eye. I appreciate the reuse and replication of the fence and railing, and I also understand that using a ramp in this situation would be intrusive, if not impossible. So I think this is appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
I agree with so much of what's been said, and really I'm always so just moved by this building, by the site, by the kind of the feeling on the street. I don't know, there's some kind of hush that happens as soon as you come onto that triangle moment. And it in part it has to do with the fact that it's not occupied, and another part it has to do just with its orientation, its beauty. And I'm so thrilled that we can actually because of the deed restriction as a historic component, actually talk about use here, whereas otherwise we typically wouldn't talk about use or have that be part of our consideration. On some level, it kind of, I think, gives a small allowance for us to actually talk about how meaningful it actually is for God's love we deliver to occupy this building, and to finally having the circle being met in this beautiful way. So I'm just so thrilled with the intersection of the new use and the adaptive reuse. I do, though, I think, and I was a bit, kind of hesitant about the reorientation of the stair, but the photograph from 1885 with the stairs reorientation, I think it's figure number 5 on page 4, I think it is, lets me kind of understand that has had that was a condition previously. But I do think that it's even in that image, figure 505, photograph dated 1885 with Waverly Place running on left and right side of the building, no turn stair on the east facade, that Commissioner Jefferson's point may have some kind of resolution. I wonder if we can focus on that for a second, which is from what I can tell, that photograph allows for the rail, for the fence in the front to kind of, it's a little bit hard to read, but for the top of it to either end at the top of the stair, or for an additional rail to happen inside of that fence rather than on the running alongside. I don't know, it seems secondary. The diagonal seems secondary to the horizontality of the fence. And maybe we can ask them to just study it a bit, to of course approve everything that's been proposed, but to ask that be studied a bit, just to see if we can go back to Commissioner Jefferson's point about the kind of the horizontal line of the fence as the dominant and the diagonal potentially at the stair as the secondary.
All right, Commissioner Chapin?
I agree in general with the comments of commissioners. I think this is a great adaptive reuse by a New York institution that is very well known. And, I think that it's appropriate the way it's been designed, and, I can approve it as presented.
Okay, all right, so I think where we are is we have enough commissioners I'm sorry, Commissioner Holford Smith, please go ahead. I got lost in my notes, I apologize.
It's okay, it's okay. I just want to chime in and basically agree with the previous comments of my fellow commissioners. I think it's a very sensitive solution to this problem. I appreciate Commissioner Jefferson's concern about the introduction of the diagonal, but I think this is very appropriate way to solve this problem as minimally as possible. And I love the lift that doesn't require the tower. That's a great find.
Yeah, it is a great find. Okay, thank you. All right, so I think where we are is we have enough to approve it as is. So I think, if they want to continue to think about the railing, they could do so. But I think, the question is what is being proposed appropriate? And I think we have more than enough to support it as is. So we'll go ahead and make that motion. Commissioner Goldblum, would you do that?
Sure. Regarding 165 Waverly Place in the Greenwich Village Historic District, application, hold it a second, is to install a barrier-free access lift and reconstruct and modify the stoop. I will comment that the building's scale, style, materials, and details are among the features contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I therefore recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will provide barrier-free access into the primary entrance of the building in a non-intrusive manner. The modified stoop will recall the side-oriented configuration of missing historic stoop at the northern Waverly Street facade. Proposed stoop featuring cast stone ashlar cladding will match the existing historic stoop in terms of texture, finish, profiles, and details. But the new stoop railings will match existing portions of historic ironwork featuring a typical pattern of vertical pickets and will incorporate sections of salvaged historic railing. The modified height of the historic new railings and stoop stairs will help address a fall hazard. But the lift will be simply designed and finished in black to meet the adjacent ironwork, to match the adjacent ironwork. That the accordion type lift will be stored at the bottom of the steps in closed position, screened by area ironwork, thereby remaining a discrete presence within the streetscape, and that the work will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District.
Thank you. And Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Nay.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
All right, so that's approved. And if you do want to explore the railing a little bit further, please continue to talk to the staff about that. And otherwise, you have an approval today, and we'll move to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 6, LPC 21-08769, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1205, Lot 29, 315 Central Park West in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. This is a neo-Renaissance style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1911 to 12. The application is to install banner signs.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. You now have control of the presentation. Just click on your screen, and then you can advance the slides using your arrow keys. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
My name is Nicholas Agnetta. I'm the architect and I represent the building, 315 Central Park West. This building has the Twin Parks Montessori School taking up 2 stories on the ground floor. They made a request to put 2 banner signs on their entrance, which is on 91st Street, as a celebration for the children who come to the school every day. So here's the building, here's Central Park, and the entrance is right over here on 91st. Too far. In these elevations, this is the elevation of 91st Street. The blow up is of only the entrance, and the banner signs would be located to either side of the entrance, approximately 15 feet off the sidewalk. In this plan, you could see their position off of the corner. And what we're proposing is a simple escutcheon, just a diagonal square that's mounted to the building with 2 posts that support the sign. And in this perspective rendering, you could see the images of the sign from standing across the street, looking back, looking east across that Central Park, standing on 91st Street. The context of the area is such that there are other schools in the area that have signage and in the form of flags. There's 3 other locations I'd like to present. 2 are within the historic district and 1 is just outside the historic district. The Dwight School on I believe it's on 89th Street has a flag hanging outside its building. That's right here. It's within the district. The Trevor School is on 88th Street, just west of Central Park. They also have a flag banner hanging outside their building, and I'm keeping the images of the Twin Parks School adjacent to us. And just off the historic district, but still on 91st Street, is the Trinity School that has similar banners mounted on their building. And that is the completion of my presentation.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, I don't see any questions. Oh, yes, we have one. Commissioner Chapin, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondered if if the Trinity and Trevor have, I think, a single flagpole. Did you consider like a single flagpole over the center? Instead of like two banners on each side?
We opted to go with the banner that was closer to the Trinity School, although the Twin Parks Montessori School will be just very happy with either solution. This was the one we presented.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, let's see if we have anyone in the meeting that would like to speak on this item. If there's anyone here who would like to speak, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I'll turn it over to Sasha.
Thank you. So we do have Manhattan Community Board 7 here. So you should be receiving a request from me to rejoin. Okay, I see that you are in the meeting. Please just state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Kay Carpin, Preservation Committee of CB7. I won't take all 3 minutes. Our committee was divided about this presentation. We took it to the full board without a recommendation. However, the full board supported it, partly as appropriate, partly because the existing signage is so modest. I mean, I went on a site visit and walked past it twice without figuring out where the school was. And we also thought that the design, we felt that it was appropriate because it is fairly modest, but at the same time calls necessary attention to the school. So we recommend that it be approved. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Next, I have Sean Corsandi from Landmark West. Sean, you should be receiving a request from me. All right, Sean, I see that you are in the meeting. Please just state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee appreciates the need for children to visually identify with their school and understands why signage is of interest to the applicant. We wonder if the infant and toddler students who can't yet read the bronze plaques identifying their school to either side of the door will suddenly be better able to summon fledgling phonics skills to read these signs even further away. Regardless, given that this is a Central Park West and recalling the recent debate over a flagpole on Spring Street at the last hearing, our committee is inclined to accept the comparatively diminutive 2-foot projecting signs. A hybrid between the institutional flagpole and the retail sign blade, these flades are located to mount visually within masonry bands of the existing structure. Our committee does request clarification on the mounting. Elevations and renderings shown on pages 2 and 5 respectively show square attachments, yet the mounting details on sheet 5 show a rotated mount for diamonds. Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee prefers the former. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, I have John Graham from Victorian Society. All right, John, I see that you are in the meeting. You can go ahead and unmute your mic, please, and state your name for the record.
Good morning again, Commissioners. John Graham for the VSNY. The Victorian Society of New York does not support the installation of 2 new square flags proposed for 315 Central Park West. These are not flags by any standard definition. They are projecting signs made of fabric stretched within a metal frame. 2 flush metal signs are already in place identifying the entry to this school, and these additional signs will create visual clutter. It's excessive to have 4 signs for the same facility at the same entrance. This installation would set a bad precedent for historic apartment buildings of this type that may wish to advertise tenants. There are no details in the presentation showing how supports for the two identical square panels are to be connected into the masonry base. But the apparent 16 holes drilled into the facade would create considerable damage at a highly visible location, should the signs be removed in the future. Finally, Commissioners, I wrote permits for the Dwight School for many years. I believe the flagpole at the Dwight School is grandfathered. Thank you, Commissioners.
Great, thank you. Those are our signups. Let me just take a look over. And I do not see any more hands raised, so I will pass it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to turn to the applicant and ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
No, I only one comment is that this is a celebration for a school, as opposed to what Mr. Graham was saying. It's not a celebration for an apartment building. So the mountings in the limestone are minimal and can be easily patched to be completely camouflaged if and when the flags would be taken down.
And I think that the Landmarks West also asked about whether the plates were diamond or square, right?
Yeah, and I apologize for that. I had them as squares. I changed the detail to a diamond at some point in the process and didn't update the rendering. So we opted for the diamonds.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, any final questions? Right, not seeing any. I'm sending you a request to unmute so that we can close the hearing. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
I so motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll begin our discussion. So the proposal is for two flags stretched between poles at the entrance that project, and we've heard testimony in support of them, and we've also heard some suggestions about flagpoles, which, I think is, may lead to a similar discussion as was mentioned by Landmark West to one we had a few weeks ago. But this is an apartment building, something to keep in mind by typology. So Commissioner Shamir Barron, would you like to start this one?
Oh, boy. I'm assuming that, I'm sorry that I didn't ask this earlier, that the reason that they've not selected flags, does it have to do with the fact that it might interfere with residents' sight lines or windows, that flags might have been kind of bigger? And maybe that's
yeah,
the case.
I think it was asked, and I think the answer was that they preferred the two small signs, but would be happy for any signage here.
Yeah, there's nothing about these blade signs that I find appealing, not their escutcheons that are square or diamond, not the fact that they seem almost bigger than the sign itself when, the proportion of the mount to the actual sign is kind of strange. So I would much, I think that the precedent in other cases of flags would be a better used element here. And I think that potentially, and I don't think that symmetry is as important as I think the application makes it out to be. I could actually see one flag, and even if it's not symmetrical to the front door. So, but my position is that it should be a flag rather than a blade sign or a blade sign with a fabric element.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yeah, I actually think that this diminutive size of these flags, these signs, make it appropriate. I'm actually all right with it. What concerns me is the mounting. I do think that the square orientation is more appropriate than the diamond, but I agree that they seem very oversized for what they're holding. And I think that I might agree with Adi on the fact that the symmetry may not be as important here, and that one sign could be sufficient. But I'm curious to see what other people have to say.
Okay, Commissioner Chapin? Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I had a call, so I had to mute. I think that in that less is better, and in this case, one sign over the entrance would be more appropriate, similar to some of the other institution schools in the neighborhood. And I also think that the staff applicant should work with the staff to have the attachment be minimally intrusive. So that's it.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, I share others' discomfort with these somewhat awkward little, what did Sean call them?
Blades.
Blinds, blades. I like that. I think we should put that in our rules, blades. Yeah, so they are peculiar. I don't think they're inappropriate. I think that they're okay. I don't think they're particularly good. I can accept them as is, except for the escutcheons being either round or square. But if the general sentiment is that their awkwardness pushes them into inappropriateness, then I would certainly go along with a single flag in a more traditional configuration and manner, or any other modification of it. But I'm almost okay with it.
Okay, Commissioner Devonshire.
I'm in the single flag camp and a smaller escutcheon.
And when you say single flag, do you mean of this size or a
Single,
more traditional
that's
flag?
fine. This size.
Okay, would you support a larger single flag?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Bland?
I'll start with the escutcheon. It's wrong and too big, but that could be worked out with staff. I think I'm supporting what's shown here as opposed to a flag. This building is so much even though it's a modern, I guess, semi-modern building. I can't remember the age, but it's so much a neoclassical Beaux-Arts building, and having a flag on it makes it seem as if it's a hotel or I don't know, something else. The other schools, for the most part, looked a little more like schools as opposed to the first two floors of a residential classical building. So I think what's being shown here is more appropriate than a large flag, wherever it might be, in the center or to the side. So I guess I'm in the camp of it's okay the way it is.
Okay. Commissioner Lutfi?
Sarah, could I just confirm what one of the speakers said, which is that there are already two signs here? Is that what those metal signs are?
Yeah, so there are two little bronze plaques on either side of the entry, and I think that those are not easily identifiable. So the school wanted to have something that the occupants could see from a distance.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. So actually, along the lines of our discussion from last week, at that time, I felt that, these smaller blade signs were more appropriate in commercial districts, and that flags were more important for institutions, art or cultural organizations, etc. So I actually fall in the camp here that it would be more appropriate to have a single flag here. And anyway, I do think these small blades are just a little bigger than the metal plaques, and they do seem duplicative. So I'm not really in favor of it as it is, but of course I support the idea of calling attention to the organization.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Yeah, I'm always concerned about the intentions of these signs. Essentially, they're to be viewed from across the street on a diagonal or in front of them. And if you're walking parallel to the building, you can't see them. So I don't quite understand the intentions. I think a flag would be better because in that way, from all sides, you could see it. And I think a single flag would be probably best.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson?
I'm okay with this as is with the working with staff on the escutcheon.
Okay. And I think I've gotten to everybody, and I also am okay with this as well, provided the escutcheon is worked on, because I do think it's the large apartment building, and these are fairly diminutive and don't overwhelm the building in any way. But I think that leaves, that's only 4 of us who are okay with it as is. There are 4 who would support a flag and 2 that would support these signs, provided the escutcheon was addressed and the detail was addressed, and that it be 1 sign. So we're kind of in a little, we're kind of in a mixed place with not enough for any one particular solution. And I suppose we could do a vote to support 1 sign. Those of us who support 2, I think, would support 1. And we'd have enough to support that. But I also, I think, want to give the applicant time to reconsider their approach if they want something more than 1 sign. So I think what we'll do is we'll take no action, and I think the applicant can either come back with 1 sign for an approval, or they can look at the flag option and see if that's something that makes enough people comfortable for an approval. All right, so we'll take no action and we'll move to the next item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 22-03260, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1197, lot 119. 23 West 83rd Street in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. This is a Romanesque revival style row house designed by Charles H. Lindsley and built in 1891 to 92. The application is to replace a window.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. You now have control of the presentation. You can use your arrow keys to advance the slides. Please state your name for the record and you may begin. Ryan, it looks like you're muted. Well, we can't hear you. It looks like you're not muted, but we can't hear you. Have you called in on another device? Let's see if we can find you.
Seems to be connecting to audio.
There we go. Ryan, try unmuting yourself now. I'm so sorry, Sarah.
That's okay.
Hi, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Okay, so if I can go back to the previous page there. I'm sorry you didn't hear me there. Is there a way to scroll backwards?
Yep, you can use, is your keyboard working with your arrow key?
Well, it's actually through an iPad, so it's working only by clicking at the screen.
Okay. Would it be easier for me to control the slides and you just tell me when to
Yeah.
advance?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you. Okay, great. So the proposed work at 23 West 83rd Street, Apartment 4, it is the top floor in a walkout building. You can go next, please. And next. So we have the historic tax photos here from two different angles showing that the original configuration are 1/1 double hung windows. Next, please. And we have several photos from various angles showing that the top floor corner window, which is in question, is only partially visible. You see there's a parapet that's right in front of it, which blocks essentially the bottom half of the existing window. On the lower right photo there, we have a close-up photo of the existing sill, as well as the existing wood brick mold casing, which we will be leaving intact. Next, please. We also have similar photos from multiple angles when the leaves are gone, just to get a perspective of this time of year. And it's still evident that the window in question is only partially visible. Again, that parapet there does block the lower half of the window. Next, please. And this is showing just a existing interior photo of the aluminum replacement window 1/1 and just elevation drawing. So as you can see for number 1 on the top, that's the existing aluminum 1/1 double hung. And right below that is our proposed in-swing casement window. And as you can see there, we are proposing to include a simulated meeting rail, which is the horizontal structure there. So it still has the appearance of the original and existing 1/1 window. And again, just another clear photo from the front showing that there's only partial visibility of that window. Next, please. These are our section details. On the vertical, on the left is the existing window, and on the right is our casement in-swing window, again, showing that horizontal meeting rail to meet and match historic configuration. Next, please. And this is just the same detail there of the horizontal section. And as you can see, what we're planning on doing is installing the new window within the original wood master frame. So we're not disturbing any exterior brick mold casing. All that's going to be intact. So the original and historic brick mold is still exposed. Next, please. And that is it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, let's see if we have any testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Okay, thank you. So I do have Kay Carpin from Community Board 7. You should be receiving a request from me to join the meeting. I see that you are in the meeting. Okay, please just state your name for the record. You can unmute your mic when you're ready.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, by the appearance of the proposed window, we just think there's very little change, so little as to be unnoticeable. And so we feel that it's appropriate to the character of the historic district. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Sean Chrisandy from Landmark West. Okay, Sean, I see that you're in the meeting. Please state your name for the record and unmute your mic.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Corsandy for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee acknowledges that given its positioning adjacent a larger structure and above a deeply projecting bay, this window is obscured from multiple vantage points along the public way. Thus, the revised non-original window will have at best a minor impact on one's reading of the facade. As in most window replacement cases, we would prefer a master plan, but given the single window and its unique placement, we can find this appropriate if approval does not preclude a future master plan for cohesive windows. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee recommends approval of this application. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I'll be calling on Historic District Council Michelle Arbalou. All right, Michelle, I see that you are in the meeting. Please unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Michelle Arblue for the Historic Districts Council. HDC believes that this building, like any other apartment building, should have a master plan for window replacement. A master plan that works towards restoring windows more appropriate to this row house structure than the clunky detailed all aluminum units that have been proposed. An aluminum clad wood window or fully wood window is the appropriate product for this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is our signups. Let me just take a glance over. And I do not see any more hands raised. So I'll hand it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you. So I think, Mr. Coxon, would you like to respond to any of the comments? I think largely supportive of the proposal, but some comments about how it may affect plans for other window replacements on this building.
Sure. So yeah, just in response to the recommendation for an all wood or a wood clad window, in this specific scenario, since the historic is a 1/1 appearance, that it does meet landmarks requirements. From our understanding, that a 1/1 aluminum metal window would suffice, but I understand the concern.
Right, because you're keeping the wood brick mold, right?
Correct.
All right, so under the rules for window replacement, the staff can approve on this building new 1/1 aluminum windows inserted within the wood brick molds, or behind the wood brick molds, within the frame behind the wood brick molds. So that would be approvable for all of the windows on this building. And if they chose to do a master plan for efficiency, that again could be approved instead for that type of window that could be approved at staff level. I just want to address the master plan. The master plan is really the way that the Landmarks Commission uses it is really a tool for efficient permitting, so that the commission approves a prototype one time and future applications do not need to submit the same level of materials that they would otherwise have to submit. And so that's how we use master plans. And if the window meets the rules, it can be, if the window in the master plan meets the rules, that master plan can be approved at staff level. So it's really the building's choice to propose such a master plan so that they can have efficiency in the future. But I think that does not change what we would find to be appropriate on this building. And in particular, because this window is different, but as proposed, the material, it would, if it were a window, would actually meet the rules. Okay. Other final questions or any questions about what I said, if that was unclear? Okay, so let's go ahead and close the hearing and begin our discussion. Okay, all right, and Commissioner Devonshire, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Shamir Baran, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we'll begin our discussion again. It's for this single window at the top floor that is largely obscured by the bay and the adjacent deeper building. Commissioner Gustafson, would you start this conversation?
Sure. It's the window being on the front of the building causes us to give it a much harder look than we might otherwise give it. It's replacing one that's not original. And to quote the testimony, there's so little change as to be unnoticeable, and it's also barely visible in a quote obscured position. So with all that in mind, I think this is appropriate as is.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shamir Baran?
Yes, I also think that this is appropriate as presented.
Commissioner Holford Smith?
Yeah, I agree. And this location is appropriate. My only concern is if they decide to replace windows going forward that are more visible, that we would probably want them to do a real double hung because you can perceive that change in plane. But I think in this location, it's appropriate to do what they're asking.
Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, it looks to me from sheet 6 that there's people sit out on top of this bay, and that probably the reason they're doing this casement is to be able to access the that area more readily because there's not a door. So I don't think it's necessarily something they're going to try to replicate in other places. So in any event, I think this is something that I can approve as presented. I don't think it's not visible, and I think it's appropriate in this case.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
I agree that it's appropriate. However, I do think that there's a difference for me between a townhouse and a larger apartment building, in that you really do experience the townhouse much more kind of viscerally, materially. And I think that I know that it meets the rules, but I would be hard pressed to approve it if it weren't a wood core or a wood window that were more visible. But I think in this case, it's acceptable.
Okay, Commissioner Devonshire.
I can approve it.
Commissioner Bland,
Yes, appropriate as submitted.
Commissioner Lutfi.
I agree that it's appropriate in this location, but I happen to also agree with Michael Goldblum about this, that it is a brownstone and I have a different feeling about it. I think they could have presented, a wood-clad aluminum or wood, and it would have worked. And I would be not in favor of making the same kind of approval on a more visible window. So I'm saying, yes, it's appropriate, but I'm just giving you the caveat.
Okay, right. And I think this, again, is just for this one window because it provides access to the top of the bay and is largely obscured by the bay. Any window replacement on the rest of the building would be reviewed pursuant to our rules.
Yeah.
And if they didn't meet the rules, it would come to the commission. Commissioner Jefferson?
I can approve this proposition.
Okay, all right. So I think we're in support of this particular window because of its location. So Commissioner Gustafson, would you make the motion?
In the matter of LPC 22-03260, 23 West 83rd Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, the application is to replace a window. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the historic district. I recommend approval, noting that the removal of the existing modern window will not eliminate a significant feature of the building, that the existing wood brick molds will be retained, that only the top of the window is visible from public thoroughfares and is largely obscured by the parapet of the facade bay. Therefore, a change in window operation will not be readily perceptible from the street, that the proposed window features a simulated meeting rail to recall the historic window operation, and that the window will otherwise match or recall the historic configuration, details, and finish, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District.
Thank you. And Commissioner Devonshire, would you second the motion?
Second.
All right, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
That's approved. Thank you. We'll move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing number 8. Item number 8, LPC 22-01831. Application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1235, lot 156. This is 256 West 88th Street in the Riverside West End Historic District. A Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Nelson M. Whipple, built in 1884 and altered by C. Jackson in 1911. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. You now have control of the presentation. Just click on your screen, and then you can advance your slides using your arrow keys. Please state your name for the record. You may begin.
Hello, Commissioners and Landmark staff. Thank you for hearing this application. This is Jackie Kudu-Valent again, preservation consultant for this project. I'm here today with Chris Menzuso, architect and a software owner. As Corey already described, this is 256 West 88th Street. It is part of a row with 254 to 262 West 88th and stands on the south side of the street between Broadway and West End Avenue. The proposal you're seeing today is for the installation of a rooftop addition and a rear addition, and the installation of a balcony and metal deck at the rear. In 1911, the house was altered at the front facade, the stoop was removed, and the facade was removed at the basement and parlor floors, and a commercial extension was put in. A separate application has been filed to restore the front facade, and we're working on a staff level solution there. Here is, just to show you the streetscape briefly, here's the house's location on the south side of West 88th, closer to Broadway. And here we're looking at the east and west, at the south side of the street. And here are photos of the north side of the street looking east and west. Here on the left is the earliest photo I could find of this location, which was the 1940s tax photo. In the middle is what the building looked like in the 1980s, and on the right is the designation photo. Here are photos of the existing roof. And here's the existing roof plan at top, and the proposed roof plans below. In the middle, you can see the proposed one-story addition, railings and pavers. The addition is set back 23 feet from the front facade so that it will not be visible from the street. On top of the addition, AC units will be installed as well as a perimeter railing. You can see that in the bottom plan. Here are sections through the roof. So here's on top is the existing roof section, and below is the proposed roof section. For comparison, the addition will be 10 foot 4 inches tall. And just to show you what the roofscape looks like at these other row houses, here's a photo of the houses adjacent and to the west of 256. These houses were also built as part of the same row. They have a continuous one-story addition that was approved by LPC in the 1990s. And there's no rooftop addition at the top of number 254, which is located over here to the east. There are photos taken of the mock-ups that were constructed, including the AC units and railings on top of the addition itself. And the rooftop mock-ups are not visible from the street. These are photos just taken from different points, east and west on 88th Street, documenting that lack of visibility. And here's the existing rear facade. The house has an existing 2-story L that spans half the width of the house at the basement and parlor floors. The photo in the upper right corner shows the top floor of the rear facade. And the photo in the bottom right corner shows the doorway that is currently at the second floor, leading out on top of that L. Here's the proposed rear addition. It is a 3-story full width addition that squares off the existing L and adds a floor on top. It will feature large openings with pairs of sliding glass doors at the basement and parlor floors. Sliding glass doors will be installed at the second floor. A metal deck with stairs is proposed at the parlor floor, and a balcony is proposed at the second floor. At the top third floor, the sill will be dropped and a pair of sliding glass doors installed at that arched opening. Here's the existing and proposed elevation in context with the neighboring buildings. You'll note that there is an existing 3-story full width addition at the rear of number 258, this building here. With much the same volume as what is being proposed today. You'll note that number 258 also has a balcony at the second floor and a metal stair and deck. This rear addition at 258 was approved by LPC in the 2000s. Here's an axonometric view that shows the additional volumes in gray. Here is a photo of the interior of the block showing where there are existing additions at the neighboring houses in the row. You can see the full width 3-story addition at number 258, which is here. which again was approved by LPC at number 262 over here. There's also a full width 3-story masonry addition that was approved by LPC in the 2000s. The glass addition that was since added on top may not have a permit. Here are additional photos showing existing conditions within the block. You'll note, in addition to number 258, number 262 also has metal balconies at 2 floors. So here, well, you can barely see it, but here's that balcony at the neighboring house, and here are the 2 balconies at number 262. Here are historic maps that show us how this block has changed over time. You'll note that number 256 and the other houses in its row, highlighted up here, were surrounded by much taller buildings by the turn of the 20th century. So this block was never a typical row house block with a large interior green space or consistent scale of buildings or consistent treatment of rear facades. These houses went up at a time when development led to, we were at a stage of development where the first buildings built on the avenue were these large apartment buildings you see here just to the east. And subsequently much larger buildings built behind it. This is the existing block plan, just giving you the color coding for the size of the current additions at the neighboring houses. Again, 3-story masonry addition next door, a 3-story masonry addition with a glass addition on top of that at number 262, and additions also at the building in between. And here's the proposed block plan, just showing the new 3-story addition added. And here's a section through the house showing the existing volume of the house. Oops. Okay, let me show you this one. So this is the proposed section, and you can see the existing volume of the house is outlined with the red dots. What else do I want to tell you here? Okay. And here we're just looking at the changes at the rear yard and the footprint for the proposed addition shown here. The rear yard incidentally will be paved with interlocking pavers, a planting bed, and a new tree placed in a corner. And that's it, really.
Okay.
So I welcome your comments and questions.
Thank you.
Go to
Commissioners, do we have questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions just now, so we'll move to public testimony and we may have more questions afterward. So if you're in the meeting and would like to speak on the item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Sasha to take us through the testimony.
Alrighty, thank you. So I do have Kay Carpin from Community Board 7. You should be receiving a request from me. I see that you are in the meeting. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record.
Hi again, I'm still Kay Carpin from CB7. All right, first thing we want to say is that we're very happy to see this building receive some attention. It's been an eyesore in the neighborhood and in the historic district for quite a while. So thank you to the owner and the architects for that. That being said, we were sorry not to get a chance to see the proposal for the front facade. And I think our feelings about the whole project would have been a little bit different if we'd been given a glimpse of what the proposal was for that front facade. The community board votes to recommend disapproval of this project for a few concrete reasons. One, the top facade, the top addition, rooftop addition, is taller than we like, although we appreciate the setbacks, which make it not terribly visible certainly not visible from the street. The main problem we have is the lack of fenestration and the stucco rear elevation of the roof top addition. So take a look at that and see what you think. On the rear facade, it does seem a bit much, although we see that it's matched by its neighbor. I think we would have been happier about this had it not necessitated the destruction of a at least one tree in the backyard in an area with few trees, and that concerned our community board. And also, we are hoping that the pavers in the rear yard could be permeable to allow for water to pass through. And I guess that sums up the main issues we have with this, but we would appreciate if there's a way to see in the near future the recommendation for the front facade, if it's not to be done just on staff level. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, Landmark West, Sean Corsandi. Sean, you should be receiving a request from me. I see that you are in the meeting. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee finds the rooftop addition to be modest and appropriately set back from public visibility. Similarly, there is nothing out of precedent with the rear yard extension. What is most worrisome is depicted in the rainbow of changes on sheets 18 and 19 of the post-2005 Sanborn map. What had been a consistent row of doglegs will now be reduced to a single outlier if this is approved. These landmarks are 138 years old, yet all of the structural changes in this row have occurred since designation, and most in the past 10% of their lifespan. The difference between this and the remainder of the row, of course, is that the public facade at 256 has been heavily altered for over a century. Despite a significant proposed investment on the interior, above and behind this landmark, no work to restore the primary facade is shown today. The continual erosion leaves but 2 upper floors with replacement windows and a through-wall air conditioner, only somewhat as intended. Does this facade represent preservation? The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee recommends the Commission consider the cumulative impact of changes upon this landmark and take no action until evaluating the restoration scope which was mentioned for the public facade. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. Next, Michelle Arblou from Historic District Council. Michelle, you should be receiving a request from me. Okay, Michelle, I see that you are in the meeting. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Michelle Arblou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proposed 3-story full-width rear yard extension to be inappropriate. A 2-story full-width extension would be more appropriately scaled for the building, its neighbors, and the donut it occupies. While it is not yet a rule of the Commission, it has been generally accepted strategy to leave the upper 2 floors of the existing row house rear facades unaltered. In this case, the large, flat, arched, topped windows on the rear facade are a historically interesting feature and should be maintained. The addition to the adjacent building should not serve as precedent for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, those are our signups. Let me just take a glance over. And I do not see any more hands raised, so I will pass it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you. And I'll just note for the record that we also received a letter from West End Preservation Society recommending denial of the 3-story rear yard addition, finding that it adds too much mass to the back of the building. And I also do want to just note in response to HDC's comment about the Commission routinely requiring the top 2 floors to be maintained. That is not something that has been an established policy or practice here. We have definitely had a practice of maintaining the top floor to be the location of maintaining a consistency and a legibility of the continuity of the row, but the height of additions has been evaluated based on the context and whether or not the size of additions in the block support that the proposed size of addition. So just that as a clarification. And then Jackie, would you like to respond to the comments both on the size of the addition and also on if you can address the front facade as well, since that was raised by many people.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, thank you to each organization for their very measured testimony, carefully considered testimony. We do appreciate it. First off, regarding the front facade, that was really an oversight on our part. We should have, even though we knew we were going to handle the front facade at staff level, we should have included an elevation drawing showing at least what it would look like. But as I had said before, there is an application pending for restorative work at the front facade. And we just didn't focus on it in our presentation to the community board because we knew that work would not ultimately have to be reviewed by the commissioners. So we were focused on presenting what we did know would be part of the public hearing scope of work, being the rooftop and the rear. Unfortunately, the community board didn't really elaborate with us on their objections to the rooftop or the rear addition. They did focus on the changes at the rear yard, which is lamentable. There is going to have to be a tree that is removed because it simply gets in the way of construction. But the owner does plan to replace that tree with a new tree that he's going to put in the back corner so it has room to grow. Regarding the rooftop addition itself, it's modestly scaled. It's of a height that's consistently approved by the Landmarks Commission in all 5 boroughs. It's not highly decorated because commission policy in general, as you all know, is to approve something that does not really call attention to itself and looks like an accretion that has occurred organically over time at the roof. So that's why the simple stucco cladding, simple openings are proposed. The rear addition, as Sarah said, it does rise 3 stories, but that does leave the top floor rear intact to become that signature of what the original volume of the building looks like. Regarding Landmark West's comments, I would have to say, as I said earlier in my presentation, I understand their concern about wanting to leave L's intact. However, this is not the typical development pattern that you see at other blocks on the Upper West Side. It's not a block where you had consistent pattern of row houses built, which over time got replaced by larger buildings. That happened on the West Avenue, but the East Avenue, the first buildings there were large apartment buildings. The buildings behind this building were larger commercial manufacturing structures. So this was never a pristine block of row houses with a consistent pattern of L's and a large interior green space. This was something different that happened at a very different phase of development in the Upper West Side. Thirdly, I should say, the additions, the precedents for additions within the block, I think, are relevant. The 3-story additions that were approved at the other 2 houses that are within this row are consistent with Landmarks approvals as well. And in all, we think that the massing being proposed at the rear and at the roof is modest and will not overwhelm this building or this block, given its current conditions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And commissioners, do we have any final questions? Okay, so I think we're ready to start our discussion. I'm sending you all requests to unmute so that we can move to close the hearing. Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we're going to begin our discussion, and the application before us is for the 3-story rear yard addition and the 1-story rooftop addition as has been presented. Commissioner Holford Smith, would you like to start this one?
Sure. I'll start with the rooftop. I think it's modest in size, it's not visible, so I can find the rooftop addition to be appropriate. The rear, I was a little bit torn about the height of it, and I'm usually very concerned about making sure that the original volume of the building still reads. And I think that with the preservation of the top floor, it still does. And I think given this very unusual context of not a pristine donut, sort of a very, very modified kind of backyard situation, that I think that I can find the 3 stories appropriate for the rear addition. And I think the fenestration is fine. Actually.
Commissioner Chapin?
I can approve this as presented. I think the rooftop addition is not visible. It's back far enough fenestration is similar to that we've approved before.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum.
I agree. I think this is well within the bounds of the kind of requests that we have often approved. I do think that Jackie should be sorely faulted for poor salesmanship, but apart from that, I don't think that there's anything inappropriate about it.
Commissioner Devonshire. Oh, I think I don't see him. So let's move to Commissioner Bland.
Yeah, I think, again, given the somewhat unusual context of this block and its lack of any coherent donut or green space, that the addition in the back is appropriate in massing. And I think the articulation of it is rather elegant, actually, with sides that are encased in masonry and so forth. And I think the top is okay as well, since it's not visible. So I'm okay as presented.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi.
Well, I'm glad to hear that this building, which, all who have testified have said is an eyesore, is finally being worked on, and would have been nice to see the front. I'm assuming it will look good. I hope so. But I happen to agree with my fellow commissioners about the additions that are proposed here. I think the addition on the top is modest. It's step back. It's not visible. Materiality is fine. And I think the same with the rear yard extension. I actually think they did a very nice job in terms of the proportions. I think it's not too large. I think that the proportion also of the glass to brick ratio is very good, and I think it's approvable. It still fits in within the context surrounding it.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes, I can approve this. It's quite handsome. I only have one comment, and you might think I'm being too picky today, but the second floor balcony, the extension of it all the way to the end, to the left-hand side, should be pushed back a little bit. I think so that the volume could be, the volume of glass to solid would be consistent. That's all.
But the balcony, you're talking about the balcony?
Yeah, just the balcony. You see where it goes to, it cuts over to 258. It extends all the way to the end of, so if you push it back a little bit, just to give that space.
The deck at the parlor level is possibly.
At the second floor, yeah. Parlor floor, yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Gustafson.
Well, if we were looking at this 30 years ago, we would be looking at 3 unique, consistent, designed rear facades with the 3 L's and the arch detail and the windows. Just a terrific row of 3. I guess we were told we're supposed to blame, I think it's the 1980s commission, I think it was, for blowing it on this. So we're left with what we have, and it's over. So sadly, it's over. If you ask my personal opinion, I would keep it the way it is, but our standard is not my personal opinion. So I think it's what they're giving us is appropriate. I agree with Commissioner Jefferson. Something about that level was catching my eye, and that's it. That balcony going a little too far over to the property line. But otherwise, it's appropriate as is.
Okay. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Gustafson, and I feel about the L sort of the way others have felt about the Bay earlier in the day. And despite that, meaning that and the corbelling and the arched windows, I think that they're special and in their own right. But I do think that what they've proposed is also is quiet and relatively modest, and both on the roof as well as in the rear yard. So I can approve this.
Okay, all right, so I think we have a consensus to approve it. We can ask them to look at the width of the balcony on that one level, but otherwise we'll go ahead and approve it. So Commissioner Holford Smith, would you make the motion?
Yes. In the matter of LPC 22-01831, 256 West 88th Street in the Riverside West End Historic District. A Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Nelson M. Whipple and built in 1884 and altered by C. Jackson in 1911. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverside West End Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features or be visible from any public thoroughfares. That the existing rear extension features a simple utilitarian design, and half of the rear extensions at this row have been replaced by larger additions. Therefore, the proposed work will not eliminate a unique element or intact unifying feature of the row. That the rooftop addition will be set back from the front and rear facades, and the rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building, thereby helping to retain defining aspects of the building's original scale and massing. That within the surrounding context, featuring adjoining buildings with equivalently sized rear and rooftop additions, as well as large apartment buildings, the proposed additions will not overwhelm the neighboring properties. That the proposed additions will be simple in form and consistent in character with the surrounding secondary facades at this block in terms of materials and finishes. That the rear yard addition will not project further into the rear yard than the neighboring additions, eliminate the presence of the rear yard, or disrupt the continuity of the central green space. That the rear yard addition will feature a typical solid to void ratio of modest ornamentation, commensurate with secondary facades within this block and historic district. That the balcony will be simply designed, modest in size, and in keeping with an existing balcony at neighboring building in the row in terms of placement, thereby helping it remain a harmonious secondary presence. And that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or historic district. It would suggest that the applicant work with staff to study the width of the balcony in aims of bringing it in from the edges of the building.
And I mean, I think typically they do go edge to edge, but we can ask them to look at that. I think we did really have support. There were 7 of us for support as is, but we'll ask them to just take a look at that with staff. All right. Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that approval?
Second.
All right, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire. He is left. Oh, you're there.
No, I'm
You're
back.
back.
Okay.
Sorry, we
Commissioner
had an
Goldblum.
electrical outage.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. And we'll move to the next item.
Thank you very much.
Next item is public hearing item number 9, LPC 22-03297, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1250, lot 67, 173 to 175 Riverside Drive in the Riverside West End Historic District. A neo-Renaissance style apartment building designed by J.E.R. Carpenter and built in 1925 to 26. The application is to reconstruct and modify the rooftop, parapet, and balustrade.
Hey, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. You now have control of the presentation. Just click on your screen and then you can advance the slides using your arrow keys. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Thank you, Abby. My name is Barbara Endis. I work with Walter Melvin Architects. I'll be presenting the application today. Also attending today is Martin Griggs, our principal overseeing the project. You'll be putting up the presentation?
Just use your arrow keys and you'll go to the next slide. Or you use your mouse maybe and scroll to the next one.
Oh, you know what? I think I've inadvertently joined via my work. I'm so sorry. Could you advance the slides for me, Abby? I apologize.
Sure, absolutely.
I have split screen control at home, and I've joined via my work computer rather than home. Thank you so much. So as stated, our project is at 173-175 Riverside Drive. The work proposes to reconstruct the roof edge balustrade throughout the street facades to address pervasive deterioration. Because we're proposing to reconstruct the entire balustrade, it must comply with code, which requires us to raise the height of the balustrade by 8 inches. Next slide, please. We're showing the location of the property within the LPC web map on the left and the historic district on the right. The property is between 89th and 90th Streets on Riverside Drive, occupying the entire end of the block, 2 conjoined buildings with 2 separate street entrances. Next slide, please. Historically, the building has been photographed seemingly most often from the southwest vantage point, showing the 89th Street facade at the right, the southwest corner, and then the sweeping Riverside Drive facade as it recedes to the left. The tax photo I left is on the screen is fairly grainy, but we sourced a photo from the National Park Service on the right, which is clearer and more clearly shows the facade design, limestone base, iron spot brick range above the 3rd floor, punctuated by terracotta and limestone band courses, and culminating in a 2-course terracotta cornice with the corbelled brick balustrade that is the subject of our application. Next slide, please. We also sourced a historic photo of the terrace. It's kind of the 180-degree view of what we just were seeing from the street. The southwest corner of the terrace, as it was laid out for occupants, I think in the 1940s or so, with a seating area that is framed by the balustrade in question. You can see the slightly raised limestone copings at the edge of the balustrade, and then the intermittent piers at the inboard side of the balustrade that lend stability to the assembly. Interestingly, here you can see that already in this historic context, the occupants felt compelled to install some type of infill panel between the piers, ostensibly because they perceived a safety concern due to the wide spacing of the piers of the balustrade. Next slide, please. These are present-day photos taken during facade inspections from the boom lift. Wanted to show some overall context photos of the top of the wall. We have the corbelled brick balustrade sitting on top of 2 courses of terracotta and what we presume to be original limestone copings capping the balustrade. You can see that the balustrade has been reconstructed previously in several campaigns, some of which used brick that did not really match the iron spot range well from the original facade. You can also, thanks Abby for pointing things out. You can also see in the reconstructed sections of the balustrade, the bas-relief terracotta panels, which we are proposing to, of course, salvage and reinstall as part of our work. Next slide, please. During our recent facade inspections, we observed deterioration that exceeds what we anticipated we would find, given that we just did a street facade restoration about 7 years ago, where the primary problem really was in the terracotta cornice. In the photo at right, you can see a spall happening at the top course of the terracotta. There was a historic anchorage installation that seemed to be spalling a lot of these units when we initiated that last facade project. And that project really focused on that area. You can actually see a patch to the right of the spalling unit. The balustrade at that time, the brick balustrade above the cornice, terracotta, was not in bad shape at that time. There were a few cracks here and there. We did localized repairs, but we didn't anticipate that we would, really be seeing much in the following inspection cycle. But these photos were taken during this current cycle, and you can see there's pretty advanced brick cracking occurring, especially at that wide pier on the left-hand photo, cracking through the brick. There's spalling, there's mortar loss, efflorescence, cracking occurring both in the wide piers and the narrow piers. And again, on the right, you can see some, kind of advanced efflorescence occurring at the smaller piers. On the next slide, there's additional photos of other areas of the facade. This again, cracking, efflorescence, brick spalling, fairly pervasive. We think this is due in large part to the fact that there's not a through-wall flashing on top of the brick under the copings. Also, the use of cord brick in the reconstruction might be aggravating the accumulation of moisture within the brick. And of course, this being an exposed assembly rather than adjacent to heated building space, it's subject to pretty aggressive freeze-thaw conditions throughout the winter. So those things combined seem to be really causing some accelerated deterioration at this point. And given the scale of the building and the kind of cost and complexity of doing, periodic repair campaigns, we're just recommending at this point that the building undertake a complete reconstruction for safety reasons as well, just because we're so, it's hard to see these assemblies from the street or from the roof side. So if we go to the next slide, you can kind of see the scope of this thing. It's over 500 feet in length, the original balustrade on the 90th Street side and Riverside Drive, fronting what's now terrace space, and on 89th Street side, both terrace and some service roof frontage, I'll say, is affected. Next slide, please. So here are section and elevation drawings indicating our understanding of the existing condition in terms of construction of the assembly. You can see that we've indicated the height above the walking surface is between just under 34 inches and 39 inches as a roof edge guard. And in the elevation, we're showing the existing condition, which again is a wide spacing of about 9 inches between the brick piers, I should say. On the next slide, we're showing our proposed condition, which is to raise the balustrade throughout by adding 3 courses of brick at the base, preserving the corbelled brick motif at the top of the assembly, and the portion that's most visible from the street. This will allow us to achieve a 42-inch guard height. The limestone copings will be removed, repaired as needed, and reinstalled with a through-wall flashing underneath to help with the moisture infiltration. The top course of cornice terracotta is proposed to be replaced throughout to allow us to both adjust the spall condition, but also tie the piers back to structure appropriately for the stability of the balustrade. I will note that the terracotta was submitted via separate application and reviewed and approved at staff level, not part of this application. The balustrade pier spacing is proposed to be addressed via insertion of aluminum spindles in a design that we feel is sympathetic to other historic metal work installed at the building. These balusters would be, or spindles, I should say, would be painted to match other metal work at the building facades, and reduce those openings to 4-inch maximum spacing. And of course, again, the terracotta panels in the intermittent wide piers and also at the corners would be removed, salvaged, inspected, repaired as needed, and reinstalled in the reconstructed balustrade. Next slide, please. Here I'm showing on the left a zoomed in photo taken from the street showing the upper portion of the facade and the existing balustrade. And on the right is a rendering created from the same photo showing the balustrade constructed 8 inches taller. We believe that the spindles installed between the piers, because they will be installed 4 inches behind the face of the brick, will not be visible from the street, given the building's 150-foot overall height. And in general, we believe that this reconstruction of the balustrade is sympathetic to Carpenter's original design. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Commissioners, do we have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Lutfi, please go ahead. Oops, Commissioner Lutfi.
Sorry. So the aluminum spindles that you're adding in the balustrades that you're reconstructing, and you said they're going to match other metalwork in the building or on the building. What material is that metalwork?
It's probably wrought iron, painted. It's painted wrought iron. It's kind of a parlor tan color. You might be able to see, if Abby, if you're able to scroll back to one of the full facade photos, I could point out they're fairly. This is great, thank you. So there are some projecting balconies, balconettes, I should say, on the Riverside Drive facade. There are also window guards or balconettes, kind of with a basket weave motif at the 15th floor, just under the roof edge, and also at the 2nd floor. They're decorative metalwork.
And thank you for showing me that. I happen to love this building. I lived around there for a while. So what do you think about the durability of the aluminum?
Well, of course, being a non-ferrous material, we won't be dealing with rusting issues, and the embedments will be aluminum or stainless steel in the brick masonry. The specifications call for easing the edges of any sharp corners on the metal, so that when it's shot primed and painted, it has the best chance of sticking and wearing well. Our goal was not to disrupt the rhythm of the original brick pier spacing. So we felt like this was a good intervention that is integrated into the balustrade rather than being a supplemental additional separate railing, and so we feel like we can detail it such that it doesn't disrupt the masonry, and also should weather well if we control the process of painting and installation carefully.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, let's see if we have anyone here to testify this item. If you're in the meeting, please raise your hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to first bring in Kay Carpin from Community Board 7. All right, Kay, all I need for you to do is please unmute your mic and then state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sasha. Community Board 7 is supportive of this project as appropriate to the character of the West End, Riverside West End Historic District. We further feel that the problems of the balustrade height and other situations was the solutions was elegant to that, and raising the height and also with respect to the spindles. This is a large project and somewhat tricky, both from the standpoint of preservation and the standpoint of safety. And so our committee was grateful to see it in the hands of a firm like Walter Albin. So thank you.
Thank you, Kay.
Thank you. All right, next I have Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. Oops. Michelle, you should be receiving a request from me to rejoin. All right, Michelle, I see that you are in the meeting. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Michelle Arbalou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC would like to commend this applicant on the sensitivity of their design solution to this common and often sticky problem. Finding elegant ways to bring a decorative parapet up to code and maintain the architectural intent of the original design is no easy task. This applicant has done it beautifully. Thank you.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next, we have Landmark West, Sean Sandy. Sean, you should be receiving a request from me now. All right, Sean, I see that you are in the meeting. Please unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Corsandy for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee understands the need for replacement of this parapet and believes this applicant has followed a proper course, pun intended, of retaining, inspecting, and reinstating the limestone as possible and resetting the terracotta panels. The proposed metalwork will recede when viewed from the street, but allows the masonry design to remain dominant, and it is raised and retained. It is great to see an applicant who understands and appreciates their landmark. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness eagerly follows this project and recommends the Commission approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Those are our signups. Let me see. And I do not see any more hands raised, so I will pass it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you. And I'll also note for the record that we received a letter in support from the West End Preservation Society. So I want to just turn back to the applicant. Is there anything you'd like to say? I think we've heard supportive testimony, but any final comments before we move to our discussion?
Just to say thank you for the support.
Okay, thank you. And commissioners, do we have any final questions before we begin our discussion? Okay, so I am sending you all requests to unmute so that we can begin our discussion. All right, and so Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And so the applicant has laid out the conditions at the parapet and balustrade, and also the need to raise the height to code required height. And so they have chosen to do that by rebuilding and raising the height of it, and also in sort of including these decorative metal elements inside that should blend away. And as this is a large apartment building, this is going to be well up in the air for many of the people viewing it. So Commissioner Jefferson, would you start this one?
Oh, sure. Last night, reviewing this, I said I had a question about the decorative spindles, and that was answered. And I think this proposal, the sophistication of it and how well done, I can approve this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson.
Boy, is it hard to oppose an applicant who wants to invest this much in fixing something this high up in the air? And I think back on consideration that was given to the glass box on top of the building on Central Park West, and I can't even imagine opposing this change, adding 8 inches at the top of the building which amounts to 3 courses of brick, getting repairs done. At the same time, they do a subtle safety solution, barely noticeable. I think this is fantastic, and I applaud their willingness to invest in the building.
Thank you, Commissioner Shamir Baran.
And I appreciate the analysis, and the presentation was really clear. And I think that the solution, the spindle solution, is very smart. And I can see concern maybe about the aluminum, but I think that painted out, it will work, and absolutely approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Holford Smith.
This is a great solution to a problem. Should last a good long time, and hopefully, never have to deal with this again.
Okay, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I think it's, I agree with other commissioners, and I can approve it as presented.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Agreed. And I just want to commend the applicant for a nerd's delight of the presentation. It was really precise and technical and great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Good presentation. Thank you. I can approve this.
Commissioner Bland.
The word elegant is not often used in testimony, but it was used by at least 2 different people testifying. So they stole my word. I was going to say it's elegant, but I'm not going to retract it. It's an elegant solution. And I wish we could compel the users of this deck to go back and find that furniture that was so beautifully presented and landmark that too. My God, what a fabulous place. In any event, it's a very nice solution, as everybody else has been saying. So certainly kudos.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Yeah, I want to echo what everyone has been saying. And I just want to, I think the presentation was terrific. The solution is very, very thoughtful and elegant. But I just want to compliment the building, because I did live in this neighborhood for a while, and I pass this building all the time, and I was always very impressed. And I knew people who lived in it who at how well taken care of and how well cared for this building is, and inside and out. And I'm really, it's always a pleasure to see buildings that are handled this way. So I can, of course, approve this.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I think we have a consensus to approve. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make the motion?
Oh, sure. In the matter of LPC-22-03297, 173-175 Riverside Drive, Riverside West End Historic District, application to reconstruct and modify the rooftop parapet and balustrade. I note that this building style, scale, material, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of this Riverside West End Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the deteriorated condition of the rooftop parapet and balustrade warrant their reconstruction, that the existing rooftop parapet and balustrade have been reconstructed in the past. Therefore, the work will not damage or eliminate any significant historic fabric, that the proposed work will include salvaging and reinstalling existing original elements, such as the limestone coping and terracotta panels, that the new Gothic-inspired aluminum spindle being incorporated into the reconstructed balustrade will be harmonious with the existing design and will match original metalwork at adjacent facade areas in terms of finish. That the brick and balustrade to be reconstructed modestly taller than the three additional courses of brick will utilize new brick and mortar that matches the original brickwork in kind. That rising a parapet and balustrade 8 inches will be imperceptible from the street given the height above the ground, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural or historic character of the building on the Riverside West Historic, Riverside West End Historic District.
Commissioner Gustafson, would you second the motion?
Second.
All right, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
That's approved, and we'll move to the next and final item.
Thank you.
Okay, and that is public hearing item number 10, LPC 22-04473, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1495, lot 132, 980 Park Avenue in the Park Avenue Historic District. I have actually lost my screen, so I do not have the rest of the building description in front of me. Perhaps someone else could take over.
Okay, I can do that. I've got the agenda up. So we have, whoops. Here we go. A Second Empire Gothic Revival style church, parish hall, and rectory designed by Patrick Charles Keeley and built in 1881 to 1883. And this is an application to install a canopy. All
Hey,
right.
Commissioners, sorry.
Go ahead, Abby.
The applicants have entered the hearing. You do have control of the presentation. You just need to click on your screen, and then you can advance your slides using your arrow keys. Please state your name for the record. You will need to unmute yourselves, and then you may begin.
Okay, hello. Hi. My name is Lou Martino with Atchison Doyle, and I'm accompanied with my associate, Fredan Jacobi. Hello. We're here before you to present a awning application on behalf of St. Ignatius Loyola Church on behalf of Pastor Yasalona. St. Ignatius Rectory is nestled between the Loyola School and St. Ignatius Loyola Church on Park Avenue at the address 980. Yeah. Next slide. Oh. The image on your left is the existing elevation as the entrance exists today. It's a simple two-leaf entrance from street level or sidewalk level. Originally, this building did have a stoop that allowed one to enter on the piano nobile, the primary floor of the building. That has been removed, as we understand, sometime back in the mid-1960s to allow for some program uses of the first floor level. We were here before you, some of you may recall, back in 2018, when we made an application to add an ADA accessible ramp that allowed entry into the ground level of the rectory building. And we are here today to present to you an extension of that application, or the second phase, if you will, of that application, which includes an awning to protect the entrance at the rectory building. Upper left-hand corner is a view looking north with the entrance shown right at this location, accessible from the street. Next entrance, next image is a view looking south. The existing doors are here as you see. They were not original to the building because, as I mentioned, the primary entrance was on the level above. This would have been a utility entrance underneath the stoop. As it appears today is in this image in the lower right-hand corner. It's simple. It's a nice arrangement of ashlar and dimensioned stone. And the entrance from the ramp is off to the left, and there is some elements on the building that still remain that are part of the original construction. The window grills, which we have made an application to change the doorway at the staff level, and you'll see remnants or images of that in this presentation as well. But we're here before you today to consider the awning. What we'd like to do is have the awning cover over where the ADA circle turning radius is at the primary entrance. What happens is there's an exchange of people moving from in and out, and the awning above would allow for that to happen during inclement weather. You see here our proposal for that awning. It's a simple fascia type arrangement that includes a low sloped gable element obscured by that fascia that takes a cue from the water table band that is approximately 7 or close to 8 feet high off the entrance elevation. Here it is in the context of the proposed doorway. We'd like to use a muted, understated fabric color, something very much like the stonework itself that is present on the building. We'd like to position it on posts so we're not invasively anchoring to the existing building. We are also taking this opportunity to take the wall-mounted cameras, which were on the face of the building, and we would relocate them to the awning armature, if you will, partially obscuring them and getting them off the front facade. Simple and understated in our view, and appropriate for this installation. And that concludes our presentation with these final views, which is the view looking north and the awning present there, view looking south with the awning present there. The lower left-hand image is what we believe to be will be the result. It will sort of meld and be understated with respect to the current historic facade.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay, I don't see questions at this time. Let's see if we have any testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Sasha to take us through the testimony.
Thank you. So I do have one sign up from the Friends of the Upper East Side. You should be receiving a request from me. I see that you are re-entering the meeting. All right. So please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, Commissioners. This is Laura Variali representing Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. Friends Preservation Committee takes no issue with the replacement of the entrance door. While we believe the extensive use of glazing to be non-traditional of religious buildings, the proposed design will detract from the parish's character. Additionally, the proposed canopy size, style, and material are unobtrusive and do not call undue attention to itself. Finally, Friends would like to commend the applicant for coming up with a canopy design that it's not intrusive and won't damage the building's facade. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let me take a glance back over. And I do not see any more hands raised to testify, so I will hand it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. And I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommended, sent a resolution recommending approval of the doors and denial of the awning. Okay, so let me turn back to the applicant. Would you like to respond? I know that the Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts has supported the application, but the community board had, I guess, some issues with the awning. Do you want to address that if you could speak to the discussion?
Yes, they did take some issue. You know, I went and reconsidered some of the comments, and one of which was, oh, the size of it. And you know, at the time, I wanted to sort of step back and say, well, there's really something I can consider here, and would diminishing its size be of significance? And the short answer is, sure, yes, it would be sort of less is more in this instance, but it wouldn't satisfy the sort of program requirement for complete coverage with respect to the turning radius with a person requiring the use of a wheelchair. Add one or two other people trying to pass. We felt it was larger than was absolutely necessary. We think it's still appropriate for the function. And I still believe that it is a downstated and understated installation, that being bigger isn't necessarily the biggest offense in my view. With respect to it not being sort of a traditional type awning or eyebrow type thing, we think that would have called too much attention to itself. And it also would have obscured that nicely mounted pin lettering that is identifying the parish house for St. Ignatius. And another comment was, well, perhaps maybe you should have done more. And I would agree, as an architect, we could certainly have considered more, but what that would have done was, I think, would have closed the door on the possibility of ever adding back the stoop to this building, which, while it isn't a requirement or a need or a suggestion of the pastor, it's still an open door, if you will, that could occur in the future. Less likely so if a more significant awning or entry structure were to be included.
Okay, thank you. We have a question here. Commissioner Jefferson, please go ahead.
Okay, one question, the poles.
Yes.
Why do they don't go to the ground, they go on your stonework?
They go on the low walls, yes.
Why that decision?
If that seemed logical to us, it sort of a pet peeve of ours is I would need to get it close to the wall. And once you get one of those elements coming close to the wall, there's an opportunity for detritus and things to accumulate behind there. Yes, they could be positioned a little bit closer or away from the wall. So that is a refinement that we could certainly consider. It's not, this seemed logical to us and certainly firm enough for it to happen like that. And also engage the building in some way rather than through the posts, which would require footings and would have been a more involved installation, but it's certainly something we could reconsider.
Not necessary. It's just a question.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions? All right, so I'm starting to send you all requests to unmute so we can move to close this hearing. Okay, Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
So second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, so the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And as has been presented, this entry is really the result of an alteration. This would have been the door under the stoop. The stoop is removed, and in some ways, actually, the building looks like it's missing something here. And the proposal is for this canopy really on posts that allow the attachments to the building to be minimized and And it fits, I guess, within the areaway, behind the areaway railing in terms of its size. So let's go ahead and have our discussion. Commissioner Bland, would you start this one?
Yes. I keep looking for things that I might object to, and I don't really find them. I think that there's a, sorry to say, elegant solution to a problem that I completely understand, and think it's reasonable for us to support the solution to it, which I think in this case is the awning, which is minimal. And as it's been said, doesn't call attention to itself. I can't believe the stoop will ever be reinstalled, but you never know. So waiting until that time, which I'm not sure is so important. I think this is making that lower door now more significant, and I think it holds its own if the stoop never does reappear. So I'm all in favor.
Right, great, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi.
Yeah, I think it's a very nice, simple, thoughtful solution, and it melds well with the building and the stone.
Commissioner Jefferson.
The door is wonderful, and I think the post and the door make for a beautiful composition. I think it's well done.
Okay. Commissioner Gustafson.
It's unobtrusive, virtually invisible, serves the purpose. It's fine as is, it's appropriate.
Commissioner Shamir Baran.
Well, I think a canopy is appropriate and all right here. I actually think that the posts should, all four of them, hit the ground and not be, partly reliant on the elevated existing material. So in terms of this, some of the questions about making the whole thing smaller, I think just by virtue of bringing the posts down to the ground, that would make it a tiny bit smaller, and would be the justification for its reduction in size too.
Okay, Commissioner Holford-Smith.
This is a very well-designed, understated solution to the problem. At first, I was a little also questioning the location of the posts coming down on the wall, but I think it does keep the landing much cleaner, and I think it just sort of frees up that area, not have to deal with the four legs coming down. So I can approve it as presented.
Commissioner Chapin.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Holford-Smith, and I can approve this as presented.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
I would generally think it's appropriate, but I do think that it should be narrower. I think if you look at the stair, the original stoop, it too was narrower than the overall bay that it sits against. And so I think the original intent of the architect was for a very ground to sky expression of that central bay element. And I think that the fact that the canopy goes as wide as it does really inhibits that reading of the canopy from the street. So I would suggest that they keep it narrower, either to the width of the doorway or a little bit wider as the stoop was.
Commissioner Devonshire.
I think it's acceptable as presented.
Great, thank you. And I agree. I think it's acceptable as presented. And I also thought about the posts, but I do agree with Commissioner Holford-Smith that having those posts come in and down would sort of just add more visual clutter within the entrance. And this is intended as a discrete feature, so I think it works well as presented. So let me go ahead and make this motion and do the vote. All right, in the matter of LPC 22-04473, 980 Park Avenue in the Park Avenue Historic District, a Second Empire Gothic Revival style church, parish hall, and rectory designed by Patrick Charles Keeley and built in 1881 to 83. This is an application to install a canopy. And I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Park Avenue Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage or obscure any significant architectural features, that the proposed canopy at the main entrance will be freestanding, separate from the building and attached at the recently installed planters, and is reversible in nature, and that the front facade and areaway were altered in the late 1960s with the removal of the stoop and the relocation of the entrance to the basement, and the areaway was recently reconfigured for the installation, that the barrier-free access ramp and planters for the installation of the barrier-free access ramp and planters, therefore the installation of a canopy at this location will not diminish an intact original entry. That cameras at the granite facade will be relocated to the underside of the canopy where they will have a more discreet presence and their former attachment points will be patched. That the proposed canopy is well scaled to the entrance and simple in design, with brass poles and a flat roof that harmonize with the building's entrance, and that it will be clad with canvas in a solid neutral gray tone to harmonize with the granite and schist facade and will not call undue attention to itself, and that the canopy will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building, streetscape, or the Park Avenue Historic District. Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
All right, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Aye, you said?
Yes, I did.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Goldblum?
No.
No?
Yeah, no.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Right, so that's approved. Thank you. And that concludes our day today. And we will not be meeting next Tuesday, but we'll have another public hearing on January 25th. So thank you all very much for all of your hard work and sticking it out without a lunch break. And we will see you on the 25th. Enjoy next Tuesday. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.